Direct.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Jade. Now, right now, most people are in full-blown summer mode with their money. Swipe the credit card now, worry about it later. But I'm telling you, if you're out of control with your money now, you will look up in August wondering where it all went. You don't need that stress in your life, but you do need a budget. The Every Dollar Budget app will help you make a plan for your money before you spend it. So you're always the one in control. Go download it right now in the App Store or Google Play.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon, 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. There are 10 Salvation Army locations throughout the valley that act as heat relief centers during an extreme heat warning. Like we're under, KTAR's Heidi Hamel is live now in the News Center with the details.
The Salvation Army, Scott Johnson says, with the extreme heat warning in place until tomorrow night, they want folks to have a place to cool off and stay safe.
We want people to have the opportunity to get some indoor cooling, get some hydration. We also have electrolytes at these locations. When available, we offer sunscreen, lip balm, hats, cooling towels, and other heat relief items.
He adds their mobile hydration unit will be out bringing water to unsheltered communities during the heat warning. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hamel, KTAR News.
You can go to salvationarmyphoenix.org and find the heat relief station nearest to you. As millions of travelers make their way to their July 4th destinations, many are facing large crowds and some worrisome weather while they're en route.
The FAA expects this to be the busiest week for air travelers in 15 years, with over 300,000 flights scheduled. But many of those making an early start ending with a travel headache. The rough weather forcing Delta to experience widespread disruptions this weekend. The airline canceling hundreds of flights at its largest hub, Atlanta, because of those strong winds and hail.
ABC's transportation correspondent Gio Benitez is at LaGuardia Airport. In the Navajo Nation, a state of emergency is in effect due to the growing Oak Ridge fire. The fire began Saturday. It has burned through 6,000 acres with 0% containment. Evacuations have been ordered for some residents in northeastern Arizona due to this fire. The body of a man found in an Idaho mountainside where a brush fire was started is believed to be the suspected gunman in yesterday's fatal ambush of firefighters who were responding to that blaze.
Our sources are saying we have now ID'd the suspect, Wes Rowley, found dead in these woods here. Now, if he killed himself, if he was killed by a police bullet, they don't know. We know the ATF is working to trace the one weapon he had. They are searching the woods today to figure out if there are any more weapons that he had in these woods. They haven't found any yet. They know of the one.
ABC's Alex Stone is in Coeur d'Alene. Today, the Senate is expected to get back to work on passing President Trump's big, beautiful bill. ABC's political analyst Steve Roberts joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about the potential consequences if this bill is passed.
Already under this bill, it's estimated that 12 million people could lose their Medicaid benefits over the next few years.
Roberts added that whatever the consequences may be, he believes Trump will get his way and the bill will be passed eventually. Lowe's is boosting Phoenix communities with a few major donations.
Lowe's has announced they are donating $350,000 to St. Joseph the Worker and New Life Center as part of its hometown initiative. St. Joseph the Worker will get $100,000 to renovate a reentry home for women exiting the justice system, while New Life Center will receive $250,000 to upgrade 8 emergency shelters for domestic violence survivors. The projects are part of Lowe's $100 million commitment to revitalize community spaces nationwide. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
Let's get a look at the roads now. Bill O'Neill joins us live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Not too bad out there right now, Becky. We do have a crash working in North 7th Avenue and Pearson Street in Phoenix. Otherwise, things are moving about quite nicely right now. No major slowdowns on those main lines around the valley. That's traffic. I'm Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Well, as you heard, we are under an extreme heat warning through Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. And then after that, we're going to start to back off. And by the 4th of July and the weekend, it's going to be bearable for the valley, just right there in the low 100s. But for today, we're looking for a high temp at 117, 89 overnight, 114 tomorrow. We do have a chance of some showers and storms starting Tuesday through Thursday. It's 113 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Becky Lynn, I need a favor.
What can I do for you?
For those of us who were not fully engaged in your newscast, shame on us.
Yes.
First off.
Yes. Demerit.
I understand. Gail Bass in for Chris Merrill, by the way, today.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I do hear you.
You hear me,
sound
but
beautiful.
I can't hear you. I don't know what that is. Okay,
That's
there
really
you are.
for the best.
There you are.
How scorchingly hot in the oven is it going to be this afternoon?
We're supposed to get up to 117.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness!
Yeah. That's too bad. I'm going to paradise like when it cools off this week.
Now, Becky,
Right?
remember, I've given you permission to lie when I ask you those things. You could have just said 75.
Well, you say you can't tell the difference anyway, so what difference does it make?
I can tell
what
the
I
difference
say.
between 75 and 117.
You can't tell the difference in 100 and 122.
Wait, I said I can't tell the difference between 110 and 122.
Oh, okay. So we're counting degrees. I got it.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what we're literally doing here.
I was joking earlier, Becky Lynn, that I dropped my dad off at the airport before I came in today, and I thought, and when I see him go, he's 90, and I put him on the plane, and I see the back of his head. I'm like, is this the last time I'm going to see this guy?
What?
And then
That's a really depressing thought.
But then I thought, or am I just jealous that he's going to San Diego to live and I'm not?
Definitely that. Definitely that.
I'm
But
like, which one am I crying over?
I mean, you said San Diego, so he's pretty happy year-round there.
Yes.
But there's a lot of people in the world who, I was talking about this last night on Instagram, who are pretty jealous of us about 6 months out of the year.
Oh, yeah.
But then we're really jealous of them
we
the
don't-
other 6 months.
We don't shovel sunshine.
Gail, you unfortunately were not here on Friday. I was stuck with Chris, and he kept playing this. I couldn't find it, but Pablo, do you happen to have the sad music that he played?
No, it was great. It was like the best violin wine ever.
This is what I could find today, which...
This is Joe.
This is the best I could find.
Poor baby.
That's all I could find. I couldn't find Meryl's sad
stink at
music.
that.
I don't know where he found what he found, but I had a rough weekend. We're gonna talk about it. You're gonna help me feel better. 2 words, Gail. Customer service.
Oh,
Yeah.
nowadays, good luck getting some.
Well, exactly. I actually did. I started running into home alarm issues. Now, Broomhead told me this morning I just need to get a gun. He said that would solve Isn't that what he said, Pablo? Didn't he basically just say?
Yeah, but what do you do when you're not home?
Well, I have my cat.
An attack cat. Cat scratch fever ought to do it.
Kelly Popowski does not hold back. Let me tell you, she's only got 2 sets of claws. She doesn't have them on the front.
Okay.
I didn't declaw her. I would
Okay.
never do that. But she'll get you with the back ones if you mess with her or anything in her domicile.
Oh my gosh.
But
Meanwhile, my previous pit bulls wouldn't have done anything. They would have said,
Exactly.
Are you here to pet me
So
and
you
give
need
me
an
treats?
attack- you need an
like,
attack
this is where
cat.
she keeps the jewelry.
So customer service, though, I start running into an issue with my home alarm company. And I get this, like, it wouldn't have been so bad if it was just happening to my unit itself. But my phone is hooked up to the alarm, obviously, so I can control it when I'm not there. Great, right? So I've had this thing for 4 years now, and I love it. And I'm not going to put the company on blast. You can ask me what company. I will not tell you because I love them. This is the first time I've run into an issue in 4 years. But the customer service, big problem, because I start to get alerts on my phone. It says, like, door 3, malfunction. Window 2 in your bedroom, malfunction. And it's happening like every 30 minutes to a couple hours. Like, not all of them at once, not all 9 of my doors and windows in my house, but it's like one after the other. And I'm like,
It's like they're cycling through malfunctions.
Like, what is going on?
Ethan Hunt is on the hunt for you.
I don't know what's going on, but my phone is like a symphony, and it's like boop, doop, doop, boop, boop. It's like making all these noises, constantly telling me that they're going offline, coming back online once in a while, but mostly staying offline. So a phone number pops up. I'm getting text messages. I'm getting alerts in the app. I get a text message, and I click this link, and it says, you can call us for service. They say it's not an emergency, but you can call us. So I'm like, okay, it's Saturday. It was around 6 o'clock. I'm like, all right, I'll give a call. There's a phone number right there. They say that's what they're there for, right?
Mm-hmm.
So first off, it took me 3 times to even get through to anyone. I call once, system hangs up on me. That happens. I call again, happened a second time. Third time I call through, I don't know what happened, but I didn't get anything. So I call back. I finally get somebody. I'm like, okay, this is good. I'm not having an emergency. I push the button, just say, hey, I'm having an alarm event because my phone is alarming. So I get a hold of this guy, and he's like, yep, I can see that there's a number of malfunctions with your system, and you'll need to call us back on Monday.
Okay, you're an alarm company.
So it's Saturday.
You're an alarm company, and your break-in or whatever the problem is not during normal working hours.
Right. So nobody was breaking in, and I knew that. But obviously, if I go out for a run, if I go out to the store, even just simply when I go to bed for peace of mind, I want to be able to set my alarm and know that it's going to do something and not do nothing. Because at this point, I'm opening doors, not opening windows. It's Arizona, but I'll open a door to go in and out. Nothing's happening. So the guy's like, yeah, you need to call back on Monday to talk to tech support. I'm like, so there's no tech support Saturday night, Sunday until Monday between 9 and 6. He's like, that's right. So I'm like, okay. So I just ate it for a couple days. So tried to be lazy, just enjoy myself over the weekend. My phone pinging off and on, doing its thing. Slept through it fine. So I get up today. Russ are off to physical therapy. I get home 9:30. I figure, I'll be able to get to work by like 10:15. Everything will be hunky-dory. Life will be good. But I get home 9:30. I figure I've got a half hour to take care of this alarm issue.
Right.
I call them. First off, the usual, like I'm on hold 20 minutes before I even get somebody.
Of course.
So it's almost 10 o'clock. And then I finally get a hold of tech support. And tech support says, it could be one of 3 things, sir. I'm like, okay, this is going to be good. They're like, all of the batteries in all of your sensors might have died.
At the same time.
That's exactly what I said. I'm like, hold on.
Odds?
I've got 9 different sensors in my house. And I said, I replaced 1 6 months ago. You're telling me the other 8 all died at the exact same, like within a couple hours of each other? He's like, we have seen that happen before. Like, okay, and little green men could land in my backyard tomorrow.
That'd be interesting news.
It could happen, Gail. If it happens to you, 277-5827.
Yeah, and they've already landed in Congress, but okay.
Exactly. So I'm like, okay, there is that. What else could it be? He's like, well, it could be an issue with your software. I'm like, okay, you guys handle that. There's never anything for me to update on my end. And he says, or what we might have to do, and he's like, this is what I want to start with. He's like, you need to go around to each sensor and pop it open and potentially pop out the battery for a minute and then pop the battery back in.
All of them?
Again, what I'm thinking.
Why didn't they have this on a website? You could have done this over the weekend.
What, Pablo?
Gail, you and I know Joe is not very well with tools or around the handyman,
Pablo?
are you? I cannot believe this guy let you pop off a...
Let me tell you, here's what was going on in my head when he said that. So, good news. Okay, enough of that. So I start with the first one. And first off, I go, and I'm trying to do this with my fingernail. And let me tell you.
You actually tried this, Joe.
Yeah. So, Pablo, not only did I try it, I made it happen.
I'm just mad they didn't have like a customer service, like online thing that says, if this happens, try these 3 things.
No.
So, I'm kind of proud of you, actually.
Like there should have been a self-remediation something online.
So I get out the screwdriver. Flathead, Pablo, not Phillips head. I know the difference.
It's just Phillips, not Platt. Phillips head.
Okay, I don't know the difference.
But go ahead.
I got a flathead one.
Not to be confused with a hammerhead shark.
So I am one at a time. So I pop off the screen. And then he's like, okay, now you got to pop out the battery. So then I got to dig out the battery.
Another process.
So I get the battery out. And then I have to, again, wait a minute.
Yes.
So I get done with the first one. And it took me about 10 minutes to do all of this.
It took you 10 minutes to unscrew something?
No. No, I had to pop the cover off, then scoop the battery out.
We're men, Gail. We're
And,
men.
Gail,
Yes,
it's
yes,
also
yes.
like I'm going to demonstrate here for those on YouTube. It's like in the far corner for each of these. I got drapes and blinds. It's not
Oh, you
convenient in
poor
front of me.
baby. Boy, and what would Josh Hawley say to this display
I don't even know
of
who
manly-
Josh Hawley is.
He's that Missouri senator or something that says there's a lack of manliness
Let
around.
me tell you, they're not conveniently located. It's not like it's right in front of me for me to just pop this cover off. So I get the first one done. He's like, okay, that's good. On to the next one. I'm like, dude, that took 10 minutes. I'm like, I got to do 9 of these, and I've been on hold with you for 20 minutes already. I got to do 9 more of these. I got to get to work and plan out a show with Gail Bass. So my brain starts thinking, I'm like, you know what? I can use this.
That's a sense of urgency.
I'm like, this is going to become the show today. So this is what we're going to talk about. Because I want to know why in an age where there are more ways than ever before to communicate, we've got all the social media. We got the cell phone. We got I don't know. We got smoke signals still. We got smoke signals.
Yeah. No.
No, we don't have smoke signals.
We're in a fire danger state. We can't do that.
No smoke signaling. But we have so many different ways to communicate. Why is customer service a complete disaster now? Worse and worse every single year. Why is this the case? That's what I want to figure out next. It's the Chris and Joe Show. This is our why. It's KTAR News. But first, here is the joyful, soothing voice of Becky Lynn.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
It's so hot here.
It is the hottest day of the week with a high that could get up to 117. And David Tramp with the National Weather Service in Phoenix says Tucson and some of California are also dealing with above normal temps.
Pretty much it's most of south central Arizona going out into like the Yuma region into southeast California.
Phoenix under an extreme heat warning until tomorrow evening, and after that, Tramp says the temps will drop to the low 100s and we have a chance of rain. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Yep, 117 possibly today, overnight 89, and right now it's 112 in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
It's Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Gail Bass in for Chris right now. Pablo, you missed this. Just now, Gail leans over and she says to me, why do you need so many sensors in your house? Why do you need them on all the doors and windows?
I'm starting to get a lot.
Gail, do you not understand? I have precious Kelly Popowski with me, and
no, you're not. You just live in fear.
There are so many rescue pit bulls that would do just as good a service.
I would love a rescue pit bull, but that would eat the cat.
I've had two.
They would probably eat my cat. I can't have that.
Walter wouldn't have eaten the cat. Fez wouldn't have even paid attention.
You don't understand. A stiff breeze scares my cat, though. So even if Walter wouldn't have eaten Kelly, Kelly would think she was about to be dinner for Walter.
You know what, though? I just feel like if you got to go through all that.
Yeah. So
I'm with Gail. I've been to your house. You have 3 bedrooms.
Yes. Technically 4 because the cat technically.
So and then another 2 or 3 entryways.
Yeah.
That's about 7.
And then the windows also.
I've had 2 homes
in some of the bedrooms.
You don't need all that, Joe.
They put it on.
Joe, I'm with you. We have every entrance
Yeah.
and every window. Plus, we have glass break and
I got one of those.
Nighttime
movement. Do you have
movement.
bars too?
No bars. Should I get bars?
The thing is
no, Joe.
There's not like the things that are precious to me. They're not going to take. They're not going to take the Chinese figurines that my mom painted when she was in ceramics class in the 80s. They're a family heirloom. Nobody's going to take those. They don't even look like they're worth money, and they're too big to put in a bag. Number 1. Number 2. I don't have any real jewelry. All of it's fake. So for me, if somebody takes it, it'll be like, ooh, I get to go shopping and get new stuff.
I can't have anybody break in and steal these fine sport coats.
If you break in while I'm there, you will be met by the full force of the Second Amendment.
Oh.
The end.
So you're going with the broomhead argument.
I mean, the fact that you got to change all 8 batteries or 9 batteries, and lo and behold, it might go off while you're on a 2-week European vacation. So every half hour in the middle of the night, it's going to ring.
So if you missed what happened, my alarm, over the course of about a day and a half, all of the sensors slowly died. Some would come back online. Some stayed offline. It was a mess. I want to know why in an age where we have more ways to communicate than ever before, is customer service a complete disaster and getting worse year after year? Because I had to go around this morning to each sensor, get the cover off with a flathead screwdriver. Then I had to open it up and wait a minute to see if it would indicate, and then pop the battery out, wait another minute, and see what would happen.
I love it. I had to wait till it indicates.
Pop the battery back in.
You essentially had to turn each one off and turn it back on. By taking the battery out and putting it, you unplugged every sensor.
I had to wait each step, though. When I popped off the cover on the sensor, it might indicate there. So then I wouldn't have to go to the next step. Most of them I had to go to the battery step, though. And Pablo, I got it all done. You should be so proud of me that I got through all of them until my favorite part was, I asked the guy, like, okay, am I done? He's like, yeah, you've done everything you need to do, but you're not going to have a working alarm for the next hour or so because we need to update your software now.
Serious?
So now that I'm leaving my house, and he's like, yeah, now we need to update your software. He's like, please don't set your alarm because now we need to update it.
You know what's so funny? I have a weird customer service thing where a friend recommended somebody to do I have an irrigation leak. I thought I fixed it. I dug it up. I figured out where I thought the leak was in the hose. I patch it, and then I turn the water back on, and it's still flooding. So it's probably way under the bricks in the back patio. This is going to be a big time job to fix.
Well, you do understand, Gail, if you dig it up, wait, because it might get better. And then you have to wait and look at the leak, and definitely do not call with a problem on the weekend. You need to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 6, Monday through Friday, because that's when tech support is there for you.
It did not get better. And I knew it was a problem because my water bill was 2 times what it should be for a single person. So what happened was, my friend's like, oh, this guy will be able to find it. This guy's he's a dream. Tell him I sent you. So I did. So-and-so, I'm not going to say his name, so-and-so said you could do it. And I said, and you charge $25 an hour? And the guy says, look, I only work for people, and I expect to get paid.
I don't think $25 an hour is awful.
No, but I was just like, I'm a human. I was like, I'm a human, not a robot. I don't have a test for you to take to fill in which one has a stoplight in the picture. I said, but I assume you would want to get paid. I would expect to pay you. And the first thing was, I don't speak English. So I went to Google Translate and translated. And he's like, oh, and then writes back to me in English saying, I expect to get paid.
Yeah. Who?
And I work for people.
Yeah.
I'm like, am I not a
robot?
I was like, I said, thank you. I'll just try somebody else.
That's the oddest comment I've ever heard in my life.
Isn't that crazy?
That's how he opens up his commentary to you, like after you were recommended.
I expect to get paid.
Yeah. So what I'm confused about now is, like, I just find that customer service is getting worse and worse. Is it about AI? Is it about the fact that you can't get a human on the other end of the line? Is it about cost cutting, businesses trying to cut down on the people? I'm guessing that's why I had to wait 20 minutes to even get a hold of someone. Is it about, am I the problem? Is it that because I saw this too, that increased customer expectations is part of the problem too. Are we getting more demanding? Do we expect it to get better and better? And we feel like it gets worse and worse.
Well, that's kind of like the tipping culture. Like when you stand up and you go to the counter to get your food and they put a tip on the receipt.
Yep.
I'm thinking, what did you do to get this tip?
Well, so
I think that.
So are your expectations out of whack, or are theirs?
I think my expectations are, if you give me good customer service, then I'll leave a nice review for you. But the thing is there's
you're not going to give them
a
5 though.
No, but there's pressure on them. They're saying, please leave a 5, because if you don't leave a 5, then they're going to talk to me at the end of the month. Why didn't you get a 5? And I feel like, well, why am I even leaving a review? Why am I leaving you a 5 when I feel like it was a solid 4?
Yeah. Oh, I meant like leaving them like a $5 bill.
No. Like people say, whenever you get some kind of service, they send you they immediately send you.
Of course, they want you to review them and give them a 10. Yes.
Give me a review.
All the time.
I'm not giving you a review after my well-woman exam. What am I going to say?
And they'll say, if you can't give me 5 stars,
don't bother.
Let me know what I can do to make it. It's like that's the most important thing in the world. Like they're going to lose their job if they don't get those 5 stars.
They will get in trouble. I'm sure they probably will get canned or they'll get written up.
But the expectation that we have on people to give 5-star service, everybody's not going to be nice enough to give them 5. Everybody's not Becky Lynn. Becky Lynn gets on the radio.
There's only one Becky Lynn.
Becky and Bill show up. You want them as customers at your table. You're going to be like, these people are so sweet.
Look,
oh my gosh, can I get you extra lemonade?
Look,
whatever.
Every week when I don't pay attention, you hear Becky Lynn in there. She doesn't, swear and scream and yell at me. She laughs and she says, "Oh, Joe."
Yeah, but when I turn the mic off, it's different.
I understand.
But the thing is that we have unrealistic expectations on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes I get great customer service and I just want to leave a 5. And then they say, you have to leave at least 5 words. Like on Etsy. I think you have to leave 5 words or something.
They want to make sure you're giving like a legit response as opposed to just saying, this stunk.
I really, really liked this.
There you go. There you go.
You're counting the words.
I'm just
5 words.
I mean, that's stupid.
Part of the problem, can I just say, I agree with you wholeheartedly on this customer service thing.
Thank you.
I totally feel like any time now that I have to call customer service, even if I get a human eventually,
yes,
they're not really trained
the product. It didn't start with a human for me.
Yeah.
It definitely started with the push this, push that, and they're confusing too because they say, push 1 for an alarm event. Well, my alarms are going off, but then it's like push 3 for this, that, or the other. It's like, I don't even know what to push right now.
In an emergency, call 911.
I know I'm not having an emergency, so I did not push that.
What does your doctor's office say? If this is an emergency, call 911.
And I know not to do that. But if you have a customer service nightmare that's played out recently, 602-277-5827, 277-KTAR. If you have a particularly bad experience, call us and tell us what's happened. Becky Lynn, did you want to elaborate on that? Did you want to make me feel better about how inept I am?
Feel better about
Yeah.
You're not inept,
Oh,
Joe.
oh, see, I feel better already.
You went around and got every one of the little
one
things
by
off
one.
and the batteries out.
Did all of it.
I did it.
I would not have had the patience.
Yeah, but
I'll just tell you.
But you know
if
what?
I had Gail's gun, I could have just shot each one of those sensors.
No, what you would have done, sometimes, you know what I do? I go to the internet. I had one time my remote control in my garage wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy came over and fixed it in a minute. And it cost me, at the time, it's probably more now, it cost me $69 for the visit and another amount of money for the remote. I went to Google, and 7 years before, somebody said, this is how you program a remote. I went to Home Depot, I got a Genie, and I programmed it myself.
There you go. See?
So before I call anybody, I do an internet search now.
So that's what I was able to do with the battery. But this problem, I had no idea what the heck to do. I've tried to look up what to do before. I never would have gotten this. And
my system keeps chirping, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure Reddit has a Redditor that has...
Let me tell you, Reddit's way smarter than I am. How do you feel about using AI versus getting a real person on the other line? We'll tell you what different generations prefer based on their age. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Do you know that KTAR News has a YouTube channel? We do. Of course, you can listen to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and KTAR.com. But on our YouTube channel, you can also watch Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Chris and Joe, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. The best part about getting KTAR content on our YouTube channel, you can access it anytime you want, whenever it works for you, wherever you are. And you don't have to watch it. You can just listen if you want. We won't be offended. Search up KTAR News on YouTube and subscribe.
What are the odds that you have a house that has windows in it that are more than 10 or even 15 years old? This is where advanced window products can actually save you money. With their 0 down, 0% financing on approved credit, payments as low as $150 a month, you could be replacing those garbage contractor-grade windows, the same windows that they put in when they built the house, with real Cardinal glass windows. The best windows built for life. And with advanced window products, you're talking about windows that they build, and they install, and they are made specifically for Arizona summers. And when you talk about saving money, not only do you save money on your energy costs, you also may even be able to qualify for a rebate from your power company. Save even more when you buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off now with advanced window products. So, how do you get started on this process? It's pretty easy. You call 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002 for advanced window products.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Bear down for U of A night at Chase Field on July 22nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded U of A cap. Visit dbacks.com/U of A.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:33. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New this afternoon, we've learned a construction worker's been taken to the hospital following an incident at the TSMC plant at 43rd Avenue and Loop 303 in Phoenix. Details are still sketchy, but we're told the injuries are serious. We'll have more for you as we learn it. The Salvation Army's mobile hydration unit will be out today and tomorrow delivering water to those experiencing homelessness. Spokesman Scott Johnson says they step up their heat relief efforts when we're under under an extreme heat warning.
So from May through September, when the National Weather Service issues an extreme heat warning, 10 Salvation Army locations in the valley stretching from Sun Cities to Apache Junction, Axis heat relief stations.
Today's high is expected to hit 117. The extreme heat warning ends tomorrow night. You can go to salvationarmyphoenix.org and find a heat relief station nearest to you. The U.S. Senate is expected to get back to work on potentially passing President Trump's big, beautiful bill after a grueling weekend of debate.
Senators starting what's being called a vote-a-rama today. This after the bill narrowly passed a procedural vote 51-49 over the weekend, which was followed by Democrats demanding the 940-page spending package be read out loud, a process that took 16 hours. North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis is one of two Republicans to break from party lines, saying he'll vote against the bill because of proposed cuts to Medicaid.
So what do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there?
This leaves the GOP with a razor-thin margin with just one vote separating the yays from the nays. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Let's take a look at traffic now with Heather Larson, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is going to be your usual right now, meaning traffic is slowing down at the split, the mini stack, and starting to slow down at the stack. And there's a couple intersections on the surface streets that are also slowed due to accidents right now. One is 48th Street and Chandler Boulevard, and another one McClintock and University in Tempe. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
117 is expected to be the high today, 89 tonight. Tomorrow, slight chance of some rain, and 114, and a better chance of rain and storms by Wednesday, when we'll start to back off a bit. 108 should be the high on Wednesday. Right now, it's 116 in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. Friday on Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd how Arizona can have two Democratic U.S. senators from the same party and state who react so differently to President Trump.
You know how smug Sharp is there, Gail? You know, he sounds like he could have handled my customer service issue this morning. He'd be like, oh, yeah, great, sure. Pop all the batteries off, wait a minute or two, each sensor, and, just be nice and patient through 90 minutes on phone with the alarm company. That's the kind of guy Jim Sharp is, Arizona's Morning News. Should check him out.
He's a nice guy. I've known him since, when I was an intern in 97.
There you go. 602-277-5827. Want to talk with you if you've had a customer service nightmare play out recently. 277-KTAR. If you had a particularly bad customer service experience, want to see if you've had one out there. Mine wasn't particularly awful. At least the people I dealt with were pleasant, but the amount of time and the
Waiting
number of
over the
hoops
weekend.
that I had to jump through, and the fact that I called over the weekend, was told, you're just going to have to call between 9 and 6. That's when tech support's here. Henry, you're in Scottsdale. What was your customer service nightmare, Henry?
Greetings, people. Okay, Microsoft had a problem. Called them up. They were supposed to take control of my computer. We had a problem with that, but we got that done. After 2 3/4 hours with a guy who I could barely understand, we didn't fix it. And you know what he says at the end?
What did he say?
He says, is there anything else I can help you with? You haven't fixed what I called about.
That's when I say world peace.
I got that one today too, Henry. I got that after the 90-minute mark. I'm sure that they have a sheet in front of them, and I could tell I was being muted every minute or two as well, that they'd throw me on mute and probably say something very rude about me to their coworkers. And I'm sure
Really quick, the second one?
Yeah.
The second one?
Yeah.
They asked me, this will be really quick. And I said, quicker than diarrhea.
Oh.
And she said, oh, maybe I should call you back.
Wow.
Oh,
That'll do it.
Henry, thank you for reaching out. So did you ever get your problem solved with Microsoft, or what did you end up going somewhere else?
I bought a different computer.
There you go. See, why didn't you think to do that in the first place, Henry?
Because I'm in Scottsdale. I got money.
How nice for you.
Thank you for reaching out, Henry.
Henry waited in line for 2 hours and then waited in line to talk to you guys for 10 minutes. How nice is Henry?
But you know what that was?
That's right.
That really stuck with him. That really stuck with him. He was waiting 10 minutes to talk about his 2 3/4 hour call.
Oh, exactly. Well, Henry, we appreciate you reaching out there. Russ, you're in Casa Grande. Russ, what was your customer service nightmare? What happened to you?
Well, it's still going on, and it involves United Healthcare. My wife requires prescription supplies every month continually that are covered by insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Without bothering to tell us, the company supplying that equipment was changed. So they didn't bother to tell us, and when my wife went to order more, we found out they're no longer the preferred supplier.
Okay.
So they gave us the name of the new company. We eventually got hold of them, and they told us, hey, we need prescriptions, we need this, we need that. So while my wife was busy getting that together, of course, she was running out of supplies.
Mm-hmm.
So United Healthcare told us, don't worry about it, pay for it yourselves, we'll reimburse you.
Oh, really?
And we got the continual runaround. We bought the items we needed on Amazon. Now, as you full well know, and everybody listening knows, you never buy anything on Amazon without paying for it.
Right.
But what the first go around was, we need proof that you paid. Please send bank receipts, bank statements showing that you paid for this stuff.
Like it just magically showed up at your front door?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So we reprinted all the Amazon receipts again, and on the back, I printed the PayPal receipt that shows that I paid for everything, and they still denied it. And every time we spoke to them, and my wife would ask for a name and a callback phone number, when she called back, there's nobody here by that name. We've no idea who you were talking to, and she would have to start all over again. And every time it was submitted, it was denied. So if you wonder why that guy out in Pennsylvania or out in New York got a little bit mad at United Healthcare.
Well, yeah, that was more than a little bit mad, but I definitely see your point there, Russ. It is, it is maddening when you call and you start to get somewhere, and then all of a sudden either line goes dead or somebody you run into a dead end, and then you have to start from scratch again with the next person and start at the very beginning.
That's that's a simple fix. Like, here are the receipts for my goods. Okay, we'll send you a check. That and then the constant runaround, which is at some point somebody, I wish a lawmaker would do something about that.
Well, how many people are frustrated with AI as opposed to human customer service? So when it comes to how many people are sick of customer service AI, surveys show that 70% of consumers would rather interact with a human than AI. But what surprised me is there are a little over 15% of people out there who actually would choose the AI, and increasingly with millennials, my generation, and Gen Z, they're increasingly starting to choose the AI over the people. So if you look at baby boomers, over 41.5 to 1 want a human on the other end of the line. With Gen X, it drops to about 10 to 1. Millennials, it's 3 to 1. And then Gen Z, it's just over 2 to 1. So does this mean that the AI is getting better? Are younger people more content to work with robots? Or what is robots? What does this tell you, Gail? Because it tells me that maybe the AI is getting better, that younger people are more adaptable in terms of working with
younger people
with
are
the
more
technology.
adapted. I think younger people are adapted to the technology better because when you're talking about
they still prefer the human.
Yeah, well, the thing is that I prefer a human because
so do I.
Usually if I'm calling customer service, I've got something that's technically like an oddball question. It's not, how come my flight was canceled? Can you rebook me? That I would trust AI or whatever to do. Because I've done that before where my flight was canceled. I went online. I booked a new trip. I wasn't waiting in that line in customer service at the airport. And I got booked on another flight. Here's the thing. if I have something that's complicated enough that I got to type it out and then check my grammar and see, will the person understand that? Will the algorithm understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, and when I do it and then it says, I don't understand what you're saying, and you retype it, I still don't understand what you're saying. That's when you're like, I want a human.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. I don't mind the hybrid. You can give me the AI to start with. Give me a few words of what you need help with.
It's like ticketing information.
And then I usually say, like, operator, or I just am pounding zero.
Well, that's why I like this one website that's called Get Human, and it tells you, I like when they say, we're busy. Can we call you back? What time? I like that.
But I don't mind the AI at the start. But if I can't get to where I need to get, there should be some prompt within the system that if you go through it twice, they divert you to a person and they put you in the 3-hour-long hold line. But eventually, you get somebody who can help you with your problem, because just dealing with AI over and over, and there are some companies where it feels like there is no human who is ever going to help you, and their answer to customer service is just, well, eventually you'll just give up and be stuck with what you have. That's not customer service.
Right.
APS giveth, APS taketh away. Learn what my favorite power company's up to next that could leave your wallet feeling a little fatter over the next few months. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to me. It's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it is the richest organic olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate truffles straight out of France. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price with Natural Grocers brand products. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
Celebrate the red, white, and beautiful during the July 4th sale at Scandinavian Designs Furniture. Take up to 50% off an assortment of styles for your whole home. Shop early for the best deals. Stop by our Phoenix or Glendale showrooms today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. In the Navajo Nation, a state of emergency is in effect due to the growing Oak Ridge fire. This fire started Saturday, and it has already burned through 6,000 acres. It's 0% contained. Evacuations have been ordered for some residents in northeast Arizona due to this fire. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. And yeah, it is hot, and it's going to get a little hotter, I think, before the day's over. 117 is what we're expecting. Our excessive heat warning continues through tomorrow night. Right now, it's 115 in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
It's Gatos, and the Supreme Court limits judges' ability to issue nationwide injunctions, a big win for Trump. Do Republicans and Democrats in America like the decision? We'll discuss it with Meghan McCain. Mondays with Meghan at 5. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
We will talk to the gentleman from Outspoken here in just a few minutes. Gail Bass in for Chris Merrill today. On the KTAR News app, you can tap on the microphone button. You can leave us a message. And if you say something insightful, funny, or crazy, we might even play it on the air.
It's an hour and a few minutes, though.
Yeah, well, in a few minutes. That's a few minutes. It's like
telling a kid we're almost there, but it's like another 3 hours.
It's like 70, like 60 minutes until we talk to him.
All right. Have I forgotten radio that bad?
It's not that far away.
Okay. It
I just heard Gatos' dulcet tones, and I got excited.
The dulcet tones.
We're going to talk to him in a few minutes.
He's amazing.
Well, I don't know about that, Gail. Let's not push
I love
it
you,
there.
Gatos.
You're amazing. Gail, Gatos is like tolerable. Gail, now I'm getting confused. I almost is amazing.
That's why we can't ever have a show together. Gail and Gatos.
That won't work. That's too much. That's too much gay. Can't have that.
Not at least not for the next 3.5 years.
That's right. Can't have
then
that.
It's okay to be gay again.
No
right?
good.
I want to be back to that because my sister is.
Well, let's focus, Gail.
Okay.
APS is going to be shooting customers what's being termed a discount on some of their summer utility bills. So Chris and I have been talking about how APS wants to get a little bump in their base. They have a proposed rate increase out there, 14%, which would take effect in 2026. And that comes out to about $20 per month for the average customer's bill. But APS customers are going to receive a credit on their next couple months of bills over collection of a clean energy fee. Have you seen this?
Yes.
Do you have APS?
Yes, and I also
lucky you.
I also have full solar.
So do I.
My bill last month was $16.
So
that's like a $6 bill.
I was still nothing last month. I had enough of a credit built up. This month I'm sure I'll be paying because it's July, June in Arizona.
Before I moved a year ago, I had SRP, and I had that plan where it's just even the whole year through. I like that one because you didn't get these like outrageous big summer bills. But I'm telling you, full solar is the way to go.
So, but yes, but they're cutting back a little bit more and more every single time. So APS is going to be sending about $52 million back to its ratepayers after it overcollected on a fee that funds clean energy projects and energy efficiency programs.
I love that they overcharge for clean energy.
Yeah, so they're going to be sending back about $10 a month for your power bill in both August and July. But again, then they say, hey, we need this big fat rate increase, so we're going to take $20 from you more every single month once 2026 gets here as well.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's 14%.
If you think about it, that's a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
And we have to cool our homes in the summer. There's no maybe I'll just turn the AC up. Like that's $20 a month. That's outrageous.
Well,
that's what incremental.
That's what APS says that they need to get to fund the expanded growth here in the Valley. All these data centers that are going in. That's what they say they're going to.
Data centers pay for.
I think that's a great question, and
Why don't they get solar?
You and I aren't asking for all these data centers to be going in too. So why don't they,
What's the return on
sacrifice some of
investment
their
for us?
profits?
Like, how many jobs do data centers supply? What's the return on investment?
I don't
What's
think
the
any.
ROI
Why
here?
are you coming at me about this, Gail?
I want to know. Well, you brought it up.
I don't have the answer to that. The average residential customer is going to see about $10 back on their July and August bills.
So save that, folks. Tell them to apply the credit.
Yeah. Yeah, because again, so you're going to get $20 back total roughly in July and August. So if you use more power, more energy, you will get more back. But again, if this rate increase goes through, here's how the game is going to work, though. We know they're asking for 14%. The last couple of years, I believe they've gotten 8% in 2024 and 2023. So they've asked for 14%. The Arizona Corporation Commission is probably going to tell them, whoa, 14%. That's crazy. We're here for the people.
Remember somebody on the Corporation Commission who's like, you know what, I'm doing the math. And then they were doing the math. We swear this is the right number. This is the right number. And then finally they realized, oh, wait, we need to go back. That wasn't the right number. So I want to make sure that they are absolutely correct in their numbers, charging me 14% more.
So
because I do have to pay more in the summer.
I think the Corporation Commission is going to say 14%, that's too much. But you know what? We did 8 last year and 8 the year before that. How about another 8 now?
How about no?
Yeah.
How about none?
Well, that
like some people didn't get raises.
That $10 a month that you're going to be getting back in July and August, it's all going to be going right back to APS a few months down the road. Hey, congratulations to Amanda Watts from Chandler. She just scored 2 tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals this 4th of July. If you want to be like Amanda, text baseball to 620-620 and register. That's all you have to do. Text baseball to 620-620.
She's gonna be royal.
That's right. Amanda Watts from Chandler going to be able to check out the D-backs this 4th of July. Congratulations to Amanda. Oh, Chris and we told you about the kids who plan to kill their 5th grade classmate late last week. There's new disturbing details about the case, including the alleged actions of one of the alleged little miscreants. We'll tell you what they allegedly did next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
It's Gatos, and when it gets warmer in Arizona, more chlorine is added to our water supply to control algae and bacteria. But then it can be inhaled in shower steam or when you open your dishwasher after washing a load. It can also be absorbed by your skin when bathing. Some question the long-term health effects of chlorine on the body. We do know for sure it can fade your laundry, damage your hair, and cause dry, itchy skin. It's also corrosive to the plastic parts of your water-using appliances. It can even deteriorate your toilet stopper and O-rings in your faucet, causing pinhole leaks. Those are no good. Call Connecticut Water and ask about their whole house filter that removes chlorine, odors, and tastes from the water through your home. Aquazona is the exclusive authorized independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson. Family owned and operated since 1987. Visit aquazona.com or call 602-910-6570. Connecticut Water, very refreshing.
Summer is a busy time. Graduations, weddings, pool parties, vacations. I'm Jamie West. That can mean a lot of eating out, but don't let that keep you from starting the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss program. There are no prepackaged foods or counting points or calories, and there are no shots or drugs. It works with your busy lifestyle. I lost about 50 pounds, and I'm keeping it off because of their exclusive 3-step protocol. It helps restore your metabolism, and you'll see results quickly. I lost 8 pounds the first week. You can lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks just by eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. So quit finding excuses and get started today. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. It is hosting season. Summer backyard barbecues, poolside parties, and they've got all of the things you need for those events. Outdoor kitchens that will absolutely blow you away. Modern grills, rustic pizza ovens, pools, and remodeling that make it a splash all summer long, and indoor and outdoor living spaces. Designed for Arizona living in mind. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love these guys. creativeenvironments.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR newsroom. A man that we are learning lived in Arizona. Over the weekend, killed 2 firefighters in Idaho. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with more. We'll have to come back in just a moment to get that breaking news from Ballin. A little technical difficulty there. Also new today, a construction worker's been taken to a hospital following an incident at the TSMC facility. That's near 43rd Avenue and Loop 303 in Phoenix. The Phoenix Fire Department describes the injuries as serious, although no further information has been made available. We will keep you posted, though.
It's so hot here!
Yeah, grab the sunscreen and be sure you're drinking plenty of water. We could be in for some record-breaking heat today. Let's go back to the news center now where we find KTAR's Heidi Hummel with more on the temperature.
David Tramp with the National Weather Service Phoenix says it's going to be the hottest day of the week.
The projected high for Phoenix today is 116. So that would break the previous record of 115, most recently set in 2013.
Tramp explains Phoenix is under an extreme heat warning until Tuesday evening. He expects temps to drop to the low 100s by midweek, with a chance for rain Tuesday evening into Wednesday and possibly some scattered showers on Thursday. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
All right, let's go back to KTAR's Ballin Overstoles now with our breaking news. We have learned that a man who killed 2 firefighters in Idaho over the weekend is from Arizona. Ballin?
The incident has left behind many questions about why 20-year-old Wes Rowley allegedly started a fire in a northern Idaho city before shooting and killing 2 responding firefighters. Now Sheriff Robert Norris sharing some information, including a local connection.
We believe that Rowley has prior residence in California, Arizona, and Idaho. We believe he was born in California.
Also confirming cause of death for the suspect.
It appears that he shot himself.
And there is no clear motive as of now, though Sheriff Norris does say Rowley had expressed interest in being a firefighter, though it's not known if or how that linked to the alleged arson and killings. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And you can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's June 30th, and back on this day in 1936, Gone with the Wind was published. Of course, there's a book before the movie. It's the basis of the blockbuster of the same name that would later come out in 1939. Written by Margaret Mitchell, Gone with the Wind is one of the best-selling novels of all time. Mitchell was forced to quit her job as a reporter at the Atlanta Journal to recover from a series of physical injuries. And with too much time on her hands, Mitchell soon grew restless. Working on a Remington typewriter, she began telling the story of an Atlanta belle named Pansy O'Hara with the name changed to Scarlet later on. Gone with the Wind caused a sensation in Atlanta and went on to sell millions of copies in the United States and throughout the world. The book drew criticism for its depictions of slavery. Mitchell nonetheless won the Pulitzer Prize for fiction in 1937, and by that time a movie project was already in the works. And it all started when Gone with the Wind was published back on this day in 1936.
Checking on traffic for us now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Traffic looks pretty normal around the valley right now, but we have one backup on the 202 northbound at Elliott. We're talking about the far southeast corner of the valley right now, right next to Mesa Gateway Airport. Crews are about to clear this and let traffic flow again, but there was a car fire earlier that they had to extinguish and clean up. That is clearing now, so if you're stuck in that backup, you won't have much longer to wait to get through that, so there's good news there. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We are under an extreme heat warning until tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. 117 is where we're headed this afternoon. 89 tonight. And tomorrow, 114. Little chance of rain starting tomorrow through Thursday. 115 right now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
I'm Gail Bass filling in for Chris Merrill today.
That is correct. You are. Hello, Gail.
Hello, Joe.
Much wiser, much more beautiful, much more conversational than Chris. You know what Chris does over there? He just plays the sad music for me. Him and Pablo beat up on me.
I like how he calls me Gaylor when I fill in for
Why
you.
does he do that?
I don't know. He's the only... I've been called many names over the years, but Gaylor has never been one of them. I think that's kind of cute.
So, Gayler?
Yes.
Is that...
He just adds an R to my Gail.
Or is it Gayl apostrophe ER?
No. I don't have a fancy
Gaylor.
apostrophe. I'm just Gaylor.
But not like Gaylor. Gaylor. I don't know what he's going for.
I don't either, but I think it's cute.
Hey, there you go.
Okay.
Do you prefer him to me?
No.
Is that what you're telling me?
No, I would I love all you guys. I love you just as much as I love Bruce and Gatos and Broomhead and Mike.
Mike is Broomhead. I'm not going to ask you how old you are, Gail, but I do need to know right now. Think back, probably like 10 or 20 years ago, when you were 10 or 11.
If only.
What were you doing in 5th grade?
You know what I was trying to do in 5th grade?
What were you trying to do?
I finally said, girl, you're old enough to figure out what the mystery is on Scooby-Doo. Like, how did the kids really solve the mystery? Like, when I was little, I was like, how did they come up with the clues and figure it out? And by 5th grade, I'm like, you know what? You're going to watch Scooby-Doo and figure out, did they really have enough clues to solve this mystery? That's what I was thinking about at that age.
Well, that's
trying to get into GATE. I was always tested to get into GATE, and I was going through a GATE test. And I remember thinking, I got to nail it because, I'm going to get tested to see if I go in GATE again.
Did you nail it?
I did, but I've come to find out my mom wouldn't let me. She didn't want me to be in the GATE program.
But let's focus on Scooby-Doo for a minute here. You talk about mysteries and what's going on, because there was a group of 10 and 11-year-old girls at a school in Surprise, and I think some of their classmates kind of got to play Scooby-Doo in a morbid, grotesque fashion here. They were coming up with a plan to kill a boy at their school, according to documents. Apparently, friends devised a plan during lunch and recess back in October of last year. They wanted to, quote, just end him. regarding their classmate. And I'm not sure if they felt like he was cheating on one of them, or if they felt like he had spurned one of their advances or dumped them, or what had happened here. But their goal was to just end him, according to a police report.
It was a breakup or cheating allegations or whatever. And by just end him, it wasn't like they were saying, let's just end his reputation.
Oh, no.
This was serious.
Yeah, so this was at Legacy Traditional Schools West Surprise Campus, and they plan to lure this male classmate to the charter school's outside restroom, stab him in the stomach. Each girl had a role that they had to play. One was going to bring a knife. One was going to write a suicide note to make it seem like he took his own life. Someone was going to be a lookout, while the other carried out the stabbing.
What I cannot understand is that they knew enough to bring gloves so they wouldn't leave fingerprints.
That's right.
Things that I did not think about as a fifth grader watching Scooby-Doo, trying to figure out, what was this mystery? Was it really a mystery?
Well, maybe now you'd be watching Benson and Stabler on Law and Order.
You know what? Times were different. Remember, when I was 10, Ronald Reagan wasn't even president yet. Okay? This was Jimmy Carter. This was the 70s. So we weren't... I mean, there were lots of...
You didn't want to stab any classmates in fifth grade?
You know, there was the Merv Griffin show and Donna. I mean, we were watching things back then that, like, it was Happy Days and Residuals. And
but you and I aren't so old, Gail. Yeah. We're still hip people. I'm 43.
I'm 56.
Oh, I didn't ask, Gail. I wasn't trying to go there.
I don't care that people know.
But I mean, when we were kids, I never
it was
thought
different.
about it. I would write. I remember I wrote a story, might have been like 5th or 6th grade, and I remember I wrote about like a bank robbery. And I think I even wrote in the story about one of the bank robbers shooting at or shooting someone. But it was never did I think to myself, yeah, you know what I want to do? I want to kill a classmate or get a bunch of my classmates together and target another classmate. Or never did I feel like, you know what? One of my classmates want to kill me, or a group of them want to come at me.
I was picked on because I was the only black girl in school. So there was some of that going on, but it never rose to the level of this.
Well, this is ridiculously far. So all 4 of these young ladies ended up getting arrested and charged with threatening and misdemeanor disorderly conduct. They ended up all being released to their parents. When they got busted for this at school, apparently the SRO investigated and they started talking to students who had overheard the murder plot. They came forward. A day later, backpacks got searched. The suspects were all questioned individually with their parents present. And we're going to have our licensed family therapist, Michael Klinkner, on with us in about 5 minutes. And I know you want to ask him about this part, Gail, because one of the young ladies, when they were questioned, apparently smiled and laughed while making excuses for her actions.
Yeah. You know, some parents did that, and now they're going to jail because their son shot up a school.
No.
Let's remember that. Those 2 parents, weren't they convicted after because the mom joked with the son, like, lie next time.
Yeah.
Like, this is unacceptable behavior. And what do you do if that is your child's reaction?
I'm not a family therapist. I certainly don't know.
And if you think it's funny, guess what? You will have a problem with your kid later on.
Well, I tell Chris all the time, I tell my friends, one of my biggest fears in life, I want to be a dad. So that's not my fear, but I want to be a dad so bad. But one of my fears is that I end up with just miniature Satan, that I end up with a kid who just will not listen, will not respect authority, is going to run around, be just everything you don't want him to be, just heck on earth. And what do you do as a parent when you have a kid who just wants to do drugs, smoke, drink, do all these things? And if you can't get it under control, what are you supposed to do? What do you do if you have a kid who not just wants to plot and kill a classmate, but then laughs about it?
Well, that's why we have our expert on to help talk you off the bridge on that one, because, you know, the likelihood of that happening is small.
I would hope. Yeah.
But the thing is that you're going to be an involved dad, obviously, because you want to do this. This is something that takes time, it takes effort, and it takes parental involvement.
Yeah.
Kids that have dinner with their families every night, they're less likely to get in trouble. And you know what? My family had dinner together every night, and we didn't get in trouble. So maybe that's something that still holds true today. Maybe not. I don't know.
I wasn't around back in 1975. I was around in 1995. I don't feel like 1995 is so different than 2025. I know we've got social media and we've got cell phones now.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel
the kids are glued to it.
But I feel like the life itself was the same.
But no, I think
not?
No, because you've got influencers and all kinds of people that you do not know that they're paying attention to online, giving them advice. Like you could go to TikTok and get advice for all kinds of stuff where they're saying little girls are using the wrong kind of beauty regimen stuff because they're still like 9 or 10 years old, but they feel like they need a beauty regimen. They need soap and some moisturizer. They need soap and sunscreen. That's it.
Our mom and dad checked out more too than they used to be in the 70s and the 90s. I worry about that.
You think so?
I do. I do think.
You think parents are more checked out now?
Yes, I do.
I just saw an ad that somebody posted from the 70s where it was reminding parents to hug their kids.
In the 70s?
Yes. And all the people, and I went straight to the comments, and all the people are saying, you have helicopter parents now. I grew up in a day and age where we say we were free range kids. My parents had no idea where I was until like sundown. A lot of us were like that. They didn't know where we were, but there was no societal pressure to know where we were.
What about those Gilbert Goon kids? Though
they needed to know where their kids were.
And see, I don't think they did know where their kids were. I don't think they knew. I don't think they cared. So what do we do about all this? If you're a parent, what the heck do you say to your kid who just wanted to stab a classmate or plan to drop a suicide note near their deceased body? We're going to talk with our licensed family therapist about it next. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 3:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The suspect in Sunday's deadly ambush of Idaho firefighters has been identified as a 20-year-old man from Arizona. Officials say Wes Rowley may have been living in his car, but had no criminal record. Sheriff Bob Norris at a briefing this afternoon shared some more information.
The Kootenai County Sheriff's Office and Coeur d'Alene Police Department, we've had 5 interactions with Rowley. And of those 5 interactions, we've had 3. Coeur d'Alene Police had 2. They're very, very minor in nature. They had to do with more trespassing.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time now to check on the roads. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Good news, the 202 northbound at Elliott, that backup is starting to clear up, unfortunately, on the other side of the freeway, southbound 202 at Elliott. There's a crash on the shoulder, a couple cars there over on the right lane, so if you wanted to avoid that, it would be safer for everybody if you get over to the left. Other than that, traffic is slow in the usual places like the split and the mini stack right now, and we'll give you another traffic report in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
It's a hot day, and tomorrow's going to be the same. We have an extreme heat warning in effect until tomorrow night. 89 for our low, 114 tomorrow, and then we'll back off a little bit after that, and we could see some rain and even a thunderstorm. Right now in Maricopa, it's 116. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
School funding shortfalls, how the problem being solved. We talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
She's Gail Bass, in for Chris Merrill. I am Joe Huizenga. It is the Chris and Joe Show on the KTAR News app right now. You can tap on the microphone button, leave us a message, and if you do that, if you say something insightful, crazy, funny, we might even play it back on the air. We're talking about a story that I think is pretty crazy. A group of 10 and 11-year-old girls is accused of coming up with a plot to kill a boy at their school. Just end him is what their goal apparently was. According to a police report, they say that the motive might have been a recent breakup or cheating allegations. It was 4 fifth-grade girls at Legacy Traditional School's West Surprise Campus. They were going to lure one of their it says male, I'll say, boy classmates to an outside bathroom and stab him in the stomach. And each of these 4 girls had a role from stabbing him to being the lookout to writing a suicide note. They were all going to wear gloves when they carried this out.
I mean, they were basically covering all the bases.
Yeah.
And you know what? Who knows what they would have done if they hadn't been overheard? And the reminder, these are 10 and 11-year-old kids.
That's right. Joining us right now is our licensed family therapist, Michael Klinkner. Michael, thank you for being with us. So you've read up on this story, and if you're a parent, Michael, I know you are a parent. If you hear a story like this, how concerned should you be something similar could happen to your kid in school, either from the victim's standpoint or that of the accused?
Well, so from the victim standpoint, it's much more complicated, right? Because it could happen to anybody. And so all the reports are that this boy cheated on the 10 or 11-year-old girl, and that therefore this was a revenge plot. As far as being a parent to a child who would plot something like this, risk assessments on this we've known what the major factors are for a long time. So this tends to happen with kids where there's been a lot of abuse, where parents have an attitude about that violence is okay. The violence is talked about openly in a manner at home where this is something that you do. And so raising a child where you would have your kid plotting to kill someone else isn't something that just happens. This is very much, it's a reactivity within the home, and this is an attitude that you tend to talk about this stuff. Okay,
so Michael, what you're saying is that if that is the case, and a child is acting out like that, you're just saying, do you think the parents probably won't take this as seriously as the police will? Because obviously they're in a household where she's laughing it off. Her parents probably will too?
Absolutely. That's going to be the case. And so a 10-year-old girl isn't going to be someone that comes up with thoughts like this on their own. They're not going to have an attitude where this is something funny or something to be blown off. This is something that they're used to, that they don't have respect for police, that they don't have respect for authority. And this would have been showing up in lots of different places along the way. This isn't probably the first time this girl has displayed an antisocial attitude. We would have seen this all along the way.
Talking with our licensed family therapist, Michael Klinkner. He joins us right now. Michael, am I crazy to think that things like this really didn't happen in the 80s and 90s when I was going to school, but they're increasingly happening now? What's changed? Obviously, social media is out there. We've got the internet now. Is it that simple? Are kids getting these ideas from YouTube
or
and social media?
Forensic files over and over? Because lots of women watch that stuff.
Yeah, so they're going to be exposed to this a whole lot more. Yes, that is true. It's common for kids to have thoughts like, hey, how would I get away with something? Or what could I do? Or oh, I want to kill that kid. Absolutely. But now you can Google or you can chat GPT how to get away with a murder. Or on their television, there's a constant stream of murder shows, and they're going to be hearing a lot about how to get away with those things, and so it's going to carry out a whole lot more. It's worth noting on this, though, too, that a couple of the girls that were associated with this originally thought that everyone was joking, and then it just got too far, and they got sucked into it. And that's not a 2025 thing. Things can get too far. Your friends can keep going. You can all of a sudden be the guard outside the door,
and
even back in 1985.
And you didn't think you would be, you're like, what am I doing? How did I get into this? And they don't have the mental capacity. Their brain hasn't developed enough for them to have firm, I better not do this kind of guardrails yet.
Yeah, Gail, that's such a good point, because now it's, okay, I'm in on this. This has gotten way too far down the road, and they're bringing a knife. And so there's not necessarily this 11-year-old doesn't have the capacity and the brain development of, okay, now how the heck do I get out of this thing? Mm-hmm. Their thoughts are going to be like, I'm too far into it, and they're dangerous. Now I'm just sucked in.
Mm-hmm. Michael Klinkner is our licensed family therapist. Michael, Gail brought this up with me as she was reading through the story before the show today. One of the girls reportedly smiled, laughed, and made excuses for her actions. You mentioned that it's not shocking to you to see something like this when you think about a culture of abuse or violence being okay, and that something like this doesn't just happen? What I took out of it when you said that was that, that the home might be a culture where some of this becomes common or more regular than what you might see in other homes, certainly more than what you might have seen in the 80s and 90s. When you're dealing with something like that, if mom and dad are part of the problem, either abuse or saying violence is okay, how do you handle that from a therapy perspective?
Yeah, like how do you help that child in that kind of environment?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to be working with the parents around the idea of, okay, so why do they think that's okay? What are they carrying underneath? We're going to talk about generational attitudes around that's an okay thing. And so that parent who is thinking that violence is an answer, that it's okay in breakup situations where, oh, you cheated on me, now you're going to die. They're not the first ones to think that either. That parent also would have grown up in a house where that sort of violence, that amount of abuse would have been around too. And so with the parent, then you're going to work around those ideas of, how did you learn that? Why did you think that's okay? Why do you continue to think that's okay? And also, there's always a really good angle where if I was abused, let's say, and my parents abused me, you know what it's like. You know what that power differential is like. You probably didn't want to hand that down to your own child. That's probably not something that you wanted to do. And so therefore, how do you feel about your child ending up just like you did, or just like your parents did, or things are going to continue to go just the way you didn't want them to go? There's usually a really good angle there where a parent doesn't want to carry those things out. They just don't know any better. Like most parents are doing the best they can, given the information they have and given the way that they were raised. But if you can provide more information, you can provide other options, you can provide the idea of, just because it's a breakup, it's not the end of the world, therefore violence is an acceptable answer. Parents respond a lot to those things. They want their children to be better off than they were. You can always lean on that and help parents with education, with coping skills, with them processing their own trauma, where this isn't handed down generation after generation.
Okay, speaking of trauma, very quickly, with the short time we have left, tell me what you tell the parents of the boy who is allegedly at the center of this. If he finds this out, what do you tell your son? How do you encourage him?
Yeah, so for him, it's going to be like, I'm so sorry this happened to you. This is terrible. What can you look for going forwards? There are probably signs with this girl before that she wasn't okay, that she was out of balance. What would those red flags have been going forward, so you don't end up with another girl who is willing to kill you because you broke up? Also, hey, did you cheat on her? And what does all that mean? Cheating for a 10 or 11-year-old is like, that's a wide open definition, but it's also you can have that conversation around like, all right, how do we navigate relationships going forward? And what's that going to mean for you?
Michael Klinkner, our licensed family therapist, thank you so much for joining us, talking about this story involving a group of 10 and 11-year-old girls, 4 of them, accused of devising a plan to plot and kill a 10 or 11-year-old male classmate at school. Michael, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was toasty over the weekend. Not toasty enough, though, to keep a family of 11 off of a closed South Mountain trail. We're going to tackle what happened to them next in the Headline Volley, where we touch on some of the day's other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Hey, it's the last day of Men's Health Month. It's wrapping up at the end of June here, and I want to hit you with some tough truth, guys. Heart disease and cancer, top 2 killers amongst men out there. Most of the time, you won't even feel it coming. 1 in 2 will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. Heart attacks, most are silent and they're deadly. But here's the thing. Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease, hundreds of forms of cancer, and more before symptoms even show up. They're high-accuracy CT scans. They're fast, painless, and they could literally save your life. I got mine, and the peace of mind that came with it was priceless. Their phone number, 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. Right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. 60% of guys say they don't go to the doctor unless something feels wrong. By then, though, it could be too late. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to Lifeguard Imaging today, 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Watch and listen to all KTAR shows. Get exclusive interviews, podcasts, and highlights live or on demand anytime and from anywhere on the KTAR YouTube channel. Find KTAR News on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone? But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, a man we have learned lived in Arizona killed 2 firefighters in Idaho over the weekend. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live now in the news center with more.
The incident has left behind many questions about why 20-year-old Wes Rowley allegedly started a fire in a northern Idaho city before shooting and killing 2 responding firefighters. Now Sheriff Robert Norris sharing some information, including a local connection.
We believe that Rowley has prior residence in California, Arizona, and Idaho. We believe he was born in California.
And Sheriff Norris also confirming
It appears that he shot himself.
And there is no clear motive as of now, though Sheriff Norris does say Rowley had expressed interest in being a firefighter, though it's not known if or how that linked to the alleged arson and killings. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
3 children died after being left in hot cars in Arizona last year. Emergency medicine doctor Robin Samadar with Honor Health says it's something that's 100% preventable, and that's what makes it so tragic.
You get the 90-year-old on dialysis, dementia that comes in and they die, and it's sad, but it's different, right? You have that purely functional kid that's running around 3 hours before, 4 hours before, and the next thing you know, they're dead. To see a parent's face and to actually have to deliver that mail, it's awful. It's awful.
He adds temperatures inside a parked car can rise 20 degrees in 10 minutes, and children can't regulate their body temperature as well as adults. We are under an extreme heat warning through tomorrow night. The fight over President Trump's big, beautiful bill is back before the U.S. Senate today. The spending package includes $4 trillion in tax breaks, including campaign promises like no taxes on tips and overtime, which many Republicans want funded through cuts to Medicaid. That has some of the party's faithful, like North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis, breaking from party lines.
But I'm telling the president that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid.
Republican Senators Tillis and Rand Paul both plan to vote no on the spending plan. Time now for a check on traffic. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck at 31st Avenue and Bethany Home Road. It is slowing down really only westbound Bethany Road at this time. As for Valley freeways, those are going to be slow in the usual places. The split, the mini stack, also the stack slowing down there. So traffic brought to you right now by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
89 our overnight low, and then tomorrow's high 114. Now, we already broke a record for today when we hit 116 at Sky Harbor. We're up to 117 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. Did the Supreme Court basically make Trump king? We'll talk about it. 5 o'clock, Mondays with Meghan McCain. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Gail Bass in for Chris Merrill. I am Joe Huizenga. This is the Chris and Joe Show on KTAR News. Gail, it's time to touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
All right, Gail. A family of 11 hikers were rescued off a closed South Mountain hiking trail after experiencing what's being called heat exhaustion yesterday afternoon. Mm-hmm. They set out around 10 a.m., a family of 5 adults and 6 kids. They began their hike on the Holbert Trail?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with the pronunciation, according to Phoenix Fire. Right around noon, several of the kids in the group started to complain. They were dealing with the heat. I mean, it was only 107 degrees out. Mm-hmm. They were unable to complete the hike. So noon, about 107 degrees. Temps were forecasted to hit over 110 on the day. The Holbert Trail had multiple signs posted that it was closed for hiking yesterday due to an extreme heat warning. What should happen to this family?
I think they should be ticketed, and I want to know why they aren't. Now,
so what's the ticket for? Trespassing?
If they had a sign that said "Do not hike," whatever the city ordinance is, they're supposed to get like a $50 fine.
Is that it?
I think that's abusive to the kids.
It is. I agree.
I mean, you don't take 6 kids on a hike like that, except if it's in a movie about a mean dad who's saying, hey, soldier, we're all going to hike in this heat. This makes you tough. And
so do you cite him with child abuse then?
I don't know what to cite him with, but I think it's abusive to take your kids, like little kids, on a hike like that when it's 107 degrees. Who does that? Who lives here?
Well, I went out for a run, and it was like 105.
You're an adult who's responsible for your own behavior.
Yeah.
When you are responsible, like if you want to take yourself out on a 107-degree hike and then people have to come rescue you because we have the dumb motorist law when you drive through a wash.
We still don't have the stupid hiker law, though.
Do we charge them for the rescue? Because those people had to go save them. They brought out the big wheels. I mean, come on.
They had to save what? I think it was a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old, I think.
That's inexcusable.
I feel bad for the kids, first off. I feel bad. Like, I question life decisions here. Like, yes, I went for a run, but I'm carrying water with me. I only, for me, I did 3 or 4 miles, and I'm close to my house, too. It's not like I pulled up to a trail and went out in the middle of nowhere. So even if I run into an issue, I've got my phone on me. I'm walking through parks. There's people that are going to be around. And like you said, I'm an adult, too.
Yeah, these kids had their parents, and their parents made the bad decision, not the kids. Don't ticket the kids. Ticket the parents. No. I want to know why if they're not charged, why not?
Typically, when we see
what are the mitigating circumstances?
Typically, when we see these stories, it's out-of-towners. But apparently, this group was local, I believe, too, which to me makes it even more troubling. You know how hot it gets in the valley.
If you're a German tourist, I'll be like, okay, German tourist, it doesn't get that hot there. They didn't know. But you know what? They had signs.
Yeah.
Your sign was the trail is closed.
Now, your sign was that. I mean, the thing that always floors me about the out-of-towners is
flip-flops on an extreme trail.
Like I understand, okay, you're like, well, I didn't think it was going to be that hot. Maybe if you start at 5 or 6 in the morning.
I thought the trail was groomed or something. Yeah.
But if you're going out at 10 o'clock in the morning,
it's hot already.
It's already 100 degrees.
107 degrees at 10 a.m. And they took the kids.
And my thing,
excuse me, 107 just before noon.
Yes. So it was probably, high 90s or 100.
Hot. It's still too hot. It's too hot.
My thing is always, I like to go as the sun is either down or setting, because I feel like, especially in the summer, it's always cooling off.
I like it at 4:30. When I was up at 4:30 this morning,
up, though,
you know what I loved? I was able to actually open my doors and air out the house because I made a lot of garlic in my veggie.
Oh, I bet it was still hot out, though.
No.
80s?
Well, our version of hot is not the rest of the world's version of hot. I thought, okay, it's I couldn't keep them open as long as I wanted to, but you want to air out the house a little bit.
You want to tackle one more with me here?
Yeah, why not?
So I heard Broomhead talking about this. I saw this over the weekend as well. Pablo actually brought up part of the story as well. So there was a paraglider that hit a power pole and got stuck in its lines during a Phoenix descent yesterday morning. Crews with Phoenix Fire Department, they were busy. They didn't just have to deal with those hikers. They had to rescue this guy, too, who got entangled near 7th Street and Thunderbird Road around 6:30 in the morning. The unidentified, easy for me to say, guy was able to get out of his harness, and he got to a nearby rock with the help of firefighters who helped him get down the mountain. So good news there. Now, years ago, Pablo brought up a boxing match. Was it Riddick Bowe, Pablo?
Yeah, I think it was Riddick Bowe.
This paraglider ends up in the ring. And they beat him up, right?
They did. The fans got him really bad.
So, Gail, I want to know, what's the most death-defying thing that you've ever done, and what's something that you'd still like to do? Because you would never be able to get me on a paraglider, anything like that. I'm not bungee jumping. I'm not getting in a hot air balloon. I don't even know if I would want to ride a motorcycle. I know you like to ride.
I don't like that big flame above the head. I will not do a hot air balloon.
But you ride a motorcycle.
I do ride a motorcycle, but that's not the scariest thing I've done. I think the paramotoring, which is...
What's paramotoring?
That's when you're on a little trike. And it has a motor, and it also has a little parachute, so you just kind of travel around the air. I love that.
Paramotoring.
Yes, that is amazing. It has a wing.
So you did that.
I did that.
So it's just no flames, and you're cool with it.
No flames, and I'm cool. I've done. I jumped out of an airplane. I did the tandem jump, which was amazing.
What do you still want to do?
What do I still want to do? I've never bungee jumped, but I think it wouldn't be fair if I closed my eyes, because if I did it, I'd just close my eyes.
You still do it? What do you mean that wouldn't be fair? I don't think it's the same if you close for me, it's I just close my eyes and do it, but I don't. I've never been ziplining.
like over animals, like zip lining,
like over alligators or something,
like at the Wild Animal Park in San Diego.
No way.
I would zip line over lions, but I don't think I would. I'd rather zip line over lions than actually, or trek. I would like to trek gorillas in Rwanda, like gorillas in the mist. That would be amazing.
No, that
would be amazing.
No, we're gonna find out that a gorilla eats you, Gail. That's not good.
Hot air balloon, heck no.
Oh, Pablo.
Even when I go to the hot air balloon festival, I get a little spooked out by how big that flame is.
Pablo, is there anything insane you want to do?
I don't do nothing in the air, so no jumping out of planes, no balloons,
no bungee jump.
If I'm gonna do anything insane, it's gonna be like a rodeo style or something.
You would ride a bull,
not a bull.
So what do you mean? What's rodeo style?
Mine busting. I'll go mine busting.
Oh, no.
You wouldn't race. You wouldn't run from the bulls in Pamplona.
Maybe that. Yeah.
You're gonna
like
run
that.
from the bulls? Oh man, that's a good way to die too.
I would love to, learn how to rope or something.
You know what? I know somebody who has paraglided off that spot in.
No way, man! Stay on the ground.
Once he had kids, he stopped. He said, "When I had kids, I stopped doing it. But now that they're going to college, he says he might take it back."
If I ever paraglide, you have permission to beat me up when I come down.
I definitely would too.
No.
Hey, Vitalent is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 in the morning till 1 in the afternoon at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations. Head to the contest page on KTAR.com for complete details. If you're like 80% of Americans, there's something your politicians are doing that you think is shady as all get out. You want change and transparency, so you really know who you're voting for. Even if you get the info, though, would you believe it? What Americans think their politicians are hiding is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The monsoon could get going at any time. The monsoon can generate super-powered thunderstorms with high winds, lightning, damaging hail, flooded roads, and other dangerous conditions.
We can squeeze out quite a bit of rain because we have almost essentially a tropical atmosphere.
Stay alert and stay informed by Arizona's largest radio news team, covering the monsoon all across the valley. KTAR News Storm Central on 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Indoors, air-conditioned, and free parking. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show is back at State Farm Stadium July 11th through 13th. Shop, compare, and save big on pools, landscaping, flooring, countertops, artificial turf, kitchen and bath remodeling, painting, decor, and so much more. From total remodels to ideas, inspiration, and education. The Home Show has it all. Don't drive all over town. Find everything you need all under one roof. July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
It appears that he shot himself.
20-year-old Wes Rowley is the now deceased suspect in an Idaho arson and shooting deaths of 2 firefighters. Sheriff Robert Norris confirming the suspect had lived in Arizona, but says there are still a lot of unknowns. Sheriff Norris explaining that the motive behind the incident is unclear, despite social media rumors. Police are still working the scene and containing a fire that was started by that suspect. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a bit going on the roads this afternoon. Right now in Tempe, you've got a wreck on the HOV lane, and that's on eastbound 60 right at McClintock. Now, this one should be clearing soon, but for right now, it's backed up all the way to the 10. Traffic is brought to you by PlumSmart because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, you can lose fat, you can gain muscle, you can lose that dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed you have lack of energy, brain fog, trouble in the bedroom possibly, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. The truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than their dads ever did. There's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. You're not talking about supplements here, talking about real prescription testosterone. No supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it can boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality for a limited time at redmountainweightloss.com. That is redmountainweightloss.com.
This is Jim Sharp. Friday on Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd how Arizona can have 2 Democratic U.S. senators from the same party and state who react so differently to President Trump.
It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I am Joe Huizinga. Gail Bass, thank you so much for being in for Chris Merrill today. It would be more of a pleasure if you popped your mic on, Gail.
I thought it was on already.
People would much rather look at you, and I would say hear you, but they didn't get to hear you.
They don't want to look at me.
No, Gail, I told you when we started the show, you're far more beautiful, far more intelligent.
Sometimes we just turn Joe's mic off.
This is when I look at the camera.
We got Gatos in here with us now from Outspoken.
Now there's a looker. You ought to see Daddy Gatos.
Yeah, my
Went on a
dad's
date
good
with
looking.
that guy.
Oh, I thought that's what you called Gatos with Daddy. I was like really weird.
No, I went on a date with
his.
his dad. You didn't hear? It was
I have
awesome.
heard.
Wasn't a date.
It was a date.
Oh,
it was
gosh.
awesome.
Was it like just a kind of like
he treated.
Aren't we supposed to be talking about something important right now?
How you doing, son?
Gatos, weren't you here to talk about Outspoken Against Hunger? This is the
our last
drive
day.
is wrapping up,
This
right?
is great. You know what? I've gotten to fill in, and I love, Outspoken for Hunger. I love it.
So we're going to announce some numbers that we've got coming up at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the deal. We've done this all in June.
Mhm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
today's the last day of June.
Yeah.
It is something that is near and dear to our heart. We want to feed people.
Mhm.
We
Yes.
want to feed children who don't get a breakfast and lunch anymore because school is out. The elderly are on these super tight budgets, and sometimes they need to go to St. Mary's to get a box of food. So today is the final day for you to donate to St. Mary's Food Bank. And we're gearing up to try and get 500,000 meals. And so all you have to do is text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620. And I think we're going to feed a ton of people this summer, but this is the last push.
Mm-hmm.
This is the very last day. You've got a couple hours to do this. I would put out this. We need 5 of you who love this show to donate what you can.
There may only be 5.
That's
so
why I
speak
kept
to all 5
I
of
kept
them.
the numbers.
All 5 of you,
kept the
please.
numbers low.
Yeah.
Now, if we get 3,
and
there's 2 left over,
that means Gail and me.
I'm looking at you 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys
Gail
need to
will
pick up
pay
the slack
double.
and
All
donate.
right.
So 5 of you, if you're out there, last day, text the word food to 620-620. Who's got $50? Who's got $100? Is there someone out there that's got a $500 bill? Text the word food to 620-620. We can't let kids get their first meal at 6:30 at night.
Now, Bruce and you went in with a goal to come up with, what was it originally? Was it a 250,000 meals?
We blew past that.
And you've smashed that.
Yeah, we're trying to get over 500,000 meals. So we have a real chance to do that. We started at let's get 250,000 meals. We're going to blow past that. We want to get over 5,000 meals. Our friends at Axon have doubled the first 50,000 that comes in. We're going to tell you exactly where we are.
Thanks, Axon, for that.
It was
because
awesome.
This is so important because let's face it, St. Mary's Food Bank can do one meal with 20 cents. So everything you
incredible.
give, even if it's $5,
right?
That's 10 meals.
But we're going to need at least 100 from you, Gail, now.
Okay.
And I can see who donates.
No, really, for real.
So,
now, see, Gatos is on track
text
right
food.
now.
I'm texting food right now to 620.
Okay, Joe.
620, yeah.
All right, Bruce and I are going to match the first $1,000 at 4 o'clock.
Today.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
But right now, I need 5 of your listeners, Joseph. Text the word food to 620-620. Let's feed some people,
For
right?
Gatos, I can do that for you. 620-620 right now. Text the word food and donate right now. Gatos wants to see if we can get 5 of you out there. I'm confident we can get at least 10 people to
I got
donate.
1 already. We only need 4 more.
There we go.
I'm looking at it.
There we go.
All right.
We'll see how we do. Gatos coming up at 4 o'clock with Bruce on Outspoken. Can't wait to check it out. Gail, thank you so much for being in today. You'll be back tomorrow for Chris. Looking forward to that as well.
Am I?
You are.
Oh, great.
Are you surprised?
I'm sorry. I'm texting $100 to 620-620.
Hey, for Gail Bass, I'm Joe Huizinga. Have a great afternoon. Outspoken is coming up next.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. While there, visit Window World.
Now is the time to cool those hot rooms with the new energy-efficient windows and doors from Window World. Right now, get 6 large premium sliding windows, all with the most energy-efficient Solar Zone Sunshield glass. Tax and installation included for only $4,725. Plus, Window World has easy gliding patio doors and designer entry doors with built-in security screens too. And be sure to ask about new custom black window and patio door frames. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunker sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The man accused of brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students at an off-campus home nearly 3 years ago has agreed to plead guilty. Brian Koberger will waive his right to appeal as part of the plea in exchange for 4 consecutive life sentences. One of the victims was 20-year-old Xana Kernodle from Arizona. ABC News reporting the plea will be entered Wednesday and sentencing will take place later this month. Again, Brian Koberger, the suspect in the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students in 2020, will reportedly plead guilty in exchange for spending the rest of his life behind bars. You can get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com.
It appears that he shot himself.
20-year-old Wes Rowley is the now deceased suspect in an Idaho arson and shooting deaths of 2 firefighters. Sheriff Robert Norris confirming the suspect had lived in Arizona. but says there's still a lot of unknowns.
He at one time wanted to be a firefighter. So we don't know if there's a nexus to that desire and what happened.
Sheriff Norris emphasizing the motive behind the incident is unclear despite social media rumors. Police are still working the scene and containing a fire that was started by the suspect. There are 10 Salvation Army locations throughout the valley that act as heat relief centers during an extreme heat warning. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the details.
The Salvation Army, Scott Johnson says, with the extreme heat warning in place until tomorrow night, they want folks to have a place to cool off and stay safe.
We want people to have the opportunity to get some indoor cooling, get some hydration. We also have electrolytes at these locations. When available, we offer sunscreen, lip balm, hats, cooling towels, and other heat relief items.
He adds their mobile hydration unit will be out bringing water to the unsheltered communities during the heat warning. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And to find a heat relief station near you, you can go to salvationarmyphoenix.org. As millions of travelers make their way to their July 4th destinations, many are facing large crowds and worrisome weather en route.
The FAA expects this to be the busiest week for air travelers in 15 years, with over 300,000 flights scheduled. But many of those making an early start ending with a travel headache. The rough weather forcing Delta to experience widespread disruptions this weekend, the airline canceling hundreds of flights at its largest hub, Atlanta, because of those strong winds and hail.
ABC's transportation correspondent Gio Benitez at LaGuardia Airport. After a long weekend of debate, the Senate is back today as Republicans try to meet the end-of-the-week deadline to pass the Big Beautiful Bill. ABC's political analyst Steve Roberts joined Arizona's Morning News to give his opinion on what he thinks will happen with the bill.
Donald Trump gets what he wants in today's Washington, and sooner or later, maybe not by July 4th, but I expect this bill is going to become law because Donald Trump wants it.
However, Roberts also noted a lot of Republicans are not on the same page, with some fearing the bill could cause political vulnerability. Let's check on the road home this afternoon as you get going. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. The road home is a little bit slow in the East Valley. Let's go to Tempe, where we've got more than one thing going on. First of all, there's a disabled vehicle. It's on the shoulder of the 101 loop southbound near Southern. This is backing things up all the way up to the 202. So you're going to be there for a while. And another one is the 60 in the HOV lane. Well, this is where the wreck started. It was in the HOV lane earlier. That's clear now on the eastbound 60 at McClintock. That wreck, though, is on the right side. It's right before the McClintock exit. So traffic is moving there. It's just moving slowly. So at this point, you want to get to the middle or to the left. Traffic is brought to you by Plum Smart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
It's a record-breaking day. We already hit 116 at Sky Harbor, 89 overnight, 114 tomorrow. Then we'll back off a little bit. Might even see some rain. 115 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This is hour number 1.
Oh, I hear from a lot of people that hour number 1's the best hour, although... Can I start by saying I'm outraged?
Absolutely. Let's start the
that
show.
Becky Lynn said it was 116 degrees.
It's been hot the last 2 days.
Yes, it has.
It's been rough. I was at the D-backs game yesterday with Broomhead.
Yeah.
And we were hosting the suite with some clients, and Derek Hall from the D-backs came in, said hello. Luis Gonzalez came in,
nice.
said hello. But the short walk from the parking lot to the stadium, I sweat through my shirt twice.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for that visual.
It's the final day of June.
Yes.
Which means it is the final day for you to give to St. Mary's Food Bank. We've been doing this for 30 days.
Yes, sir.
Outspoken against hunger. Our drive started when we wanted to bring 250,000 meals to St. Mary's. We blew past that, and now we need your help to get 500,000 meals to St. Mary's. And so we're going to ask you on this very last day to dig deep and see if you can give, because there are a lot of different reasons to give. You text the word food to 620-620. Bruce just got a text.
You just got a text.
Just got a text of our latest Arizonan who gave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is all I can afford. I'm a disabled senior, and my only income is Social Security. But they still gave $10.
Wow. Thank you.
How great
Seriously,
is
that? Thank you.
This is a good one. Here's $100. Sorry it took me so long to help. Right?
Better late than never?
Better late than never. So you and I were talking. Here's what we're going to do in this segment.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce and I are going to match the first $1,000.
I'm doing mine right now.
All right. So I put in mine. You put in yours.
Yep.
And we're going to ask you all out there to give and give generously. Maybe there's 10 to 15 of you who can throw $100 in. Boom. You know, just like that. Maybe there's somebody who can do $1,000. Maybe there's someone who could do $5,000. We got a $5,000 donation earlier. But, you know, you and I were talking. There's so many different reasons to give. And I think the one story that Jerry Brown from St. Mary's Food Bank, he tells it every year.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me want to break down on the radio, right? If you're wondering where your money goes to, or you know, if you're wondering who works at St. Mary's Food Bank, they're all angels, and Jerry Brown is one of them. Listen to this story, okay? Listen to this story that Jerry tells about the one day that he was on the food line and putting the boxes together and literally just putting a box of food into cars. Take a listen.
And I was out doing a television interview, and I could see out of the corner of my eye that there was a little, about 8-year-old kid. He was poking his head out of the car window and was trying to get the camera's attention. It was obviously wanted to be on TV. He had a striped shirt on that had probably everything he'd eaten up to that point of the day. I think he was wearing a little piece of it on his. So after I was done with the interview, I had to go over and I had to see this kid. I said, "Do you want to be on TV, huh?" He said, "My name is William, and I'm going to be 8 tomorrow." And I said, "Well, that's fantastic, William." I said, "I bet you can't wait for that birthday cake." And the words were out of my mouth before I even thought about it. And as soon as I said it, I glanced at his mother, and she just kind of looked at me and shook her head like, "No, there's no cake. Yeah. Don't say that." But they were in a line, and if you've been to St. Mary's Food Bank, every day there's a line of cars that are 3 wide and about 25 deep.
Yep.
And it starts at 7 o'clock in the morning and it ends at 1:30 in the morning, and it never stops. So I knew I had a few minutes before they got to the front of the line. And we collect food from grocery stores, about 400 different grocery stores, and it comes back to the food bank, things that are left over, meats, produce, in some cases, cakes and pies. And I ran to the back and I said, maybe I can make this happen. Luckily, that day there were 2 sheet cakes. They were white. They were plain. They didn't have any writing on them. They didn't say happy birthday, or there were 2 sheet cakes. And I was able to wait until they got to the front of the line. We just opened the trunks and put the food in the back. And I was able to take the 2 cakes, and I didn't say anything to Mom. I didn't say anything to William. And I just slid the cakes into the back seat of the car. When they closed it and drove away, the cakes were in the back seat. And I've never seen William's mom or William again, but I know that when they got home, that William was going to have a birthday cake.
That's fantastic.
And what 8-year-old doesn't deserve a birthday cake?
No.
Isn't that a great story?
That's a great story from Jerry. And it shows you, like, some of the kids that, you know, they deal with in the lines at St. Mary's, the simplest question of, "Oh, what's your birthday?" Dude, you're getting cake and presents.
Yeah, you're like, "Oh."
But that doesn't happen for everybody.
Not an automatic.
It's not an automatic.
Yeah.
You know, we've asked a lot of you to give, and something has hit like a nerve over the last month. And people have given, and because we said this on the air, and we didn't really know that it was going to hit a nerve. Like, have you ever experienced hunger? Right? It was like the first thing that we said on June 1st. And you and I were talking, like, have you ever experienced hunger? I get to eat whenever I want.
Yeah.
When I was a little kid, I got to eat whenever I want. If I was hungry, I'd go to the refrigerator.
Right.
There's nothing in there. I'd ask my mom, and sure, let's go get something to eat.
Yeah.
And
you never went to a refrigerator or a cupboard.
No.
And it was empty.
No. And many of us are exactly like that. And I think thousands of you have given thousands of dollars just because you've never experienced that.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of parents, when we talk about this on the show, I think they look in the back seat and they know their kid is fed. And it's like, I've got to give some money to the kids who don't get fed. Can you believe there are kids that don't get fed in America? It's hard to believe.
It's tragic, to say the least. To say the least.
Yeah.
The idea that there are, we say America, whittle it down. We're right here.
Arizona.
We're in Phoenix. We're in Tempe. We're in Mesa. We're in Surprise. And there are children who go to bed hungry.
That's terrible.
And, I think one of the things about St. Mary's Food Bank that I always like to point out is their reach is all across the valley.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just that the big hub they have in downtown. They supply food to other charities, other organizations, and other food banks so they can serve their individual communities.
So and we're asking you to text the word food to 620-620. Give to St. Mary's. It's the last day. We're definitely going to get to some news. There's a ton of news going on.
We're on it.
But I really believe, and I think you agree too, there's nothing more important than feeding kids and the elderly. I don't think there's anything more important out there. So that's why we've chosen to actually lead the show with something like this.
Yeah.
You were mentioning how St. Mary's Food Bank gives food to people who then prepare it and distribute it.
Yeah.
Remember we talked to Monica and Anthony, and they had a mobile soup kitchen, like a mobile food. It was like a food truck, right?
Yeah. But it's free.
It's free.
It's a free food truck.
It's a free food truck. And so St. Mary's gives Monica and Anthony all this food. They cook it up, and then they distribute it to everybody in different parts of the valley for free. Listen to what Anthony told us about 2 weeks ago. If you're really thinking about giving to St. Mary's and texting the word food to 620-620, listen to this. This is Anthony and Monica. Tell me a story of someone you fed that will never leave your mind.
I'll tell you about one. There's a kid that we work with right now in the community, and his name's Dylan. And the first time he came out, he kind of stood by our truck, just excited. And management was like, no, your parents got to sign up. And I said, well, the parent's not available. The grandma takes care of them. They weren't available. So I said, hey, go wait by my truck. So he's super excited. So every time we go over there, this kid's waiting by my truck, waiting for food.
Chips and...
He's waiting for food.
Waiting for food. But let me tell you a little bit about his backstory. So this kid has a parent who was on drugs. She was on the street. She was sleeping in a trash can in back of the community. And the trash truck came and picked up the trash can. And unfortunately, the mom passed away.
Gosh.
The father's not around as well. I believe he's deceased as well. So he's being taken care of by the grandmother. So that's when I say our heart is inside of the community and working forward, trying to pour this love into this community. And the food just brings them out.
Yeah. Monica and
Can't
Anthony.
imagine, right?
Yeah. A kid staring at a truck, hungry, doesn't know when his last meal was or when his next meal will be. And it's like, wow, that truck could feed me, but I don't know is it free? If I go up, are they going to charge me? I don't have any money. No. This is the whole game plan from St. Mary's Food Bank. So it is the push to 500,000 meals, okay? The push to 500,000 meals, the last day of June. This is the last day to give. Text the word food to 620-620. Bruce and I are going to match the first $1,000, okay?
We can do that.
Heck yeah, we could do. Of course we can. We'll match the first $1,000. Text the word food to 620-620. It's the last day. Do something good. Let's feed some kids today.
Yeah.
Let's feed some seniors.
Last day of the month. Go out on the high, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great.
And yeah, we're going to do our absolute best to make sure kids don't go to bed hungry.
About 2.5 hours to get this done. The push to 500,000 meals.
Deal.
All right, coming up next. Could parents be charged with child neglect if they take their kids hiking this summer? We'll talk about it. Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
You know, we're sneaking up on Independence Day, and it makes me think about financial independence as well. Boy, the folks at Trajan Wealth have got me thinking about that, right? They got me thinking about retirement. They have me thinking about the decisions you make today and how they can affect what your life looks like down the road. I'm really stuck with a statistic I found out. 1 in 4 retirees are forced to go back to work. Yeah, they didn't do it on purpose. They didn't do it by design. They are forced to go back to work. It didn't work out as they planned. And the folks at Trajan Wealth will tell you, that's because the plan was flawed. You could sit down and talk to a fiduciary advisor, and you could do it immediately. There's no day like today. You could call them right now at 480-990-3300. It's 480-990-3300. There's no obligation. It's a free consultation, and you could learn. You could come up with a strategy. They're going to ask you questions. You're going to ask them questions. You're going to walk away smarter. And you know what? You might just come up with a better plan. A plan for you, your family, and for some financial independence. Again, the number 480-990-3300. You can also find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The man accused of brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students nearly 3 years ago, including Valley native Xana Kernodle, will reportedly change his plea to guilty.
According to sources, Brian Kohberger will plead guilty to all 4 counts of murder and will be sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole, and is waiving all rights to an appeal in this proposed deal.
ABC's Kana Whitworth reports Kohberger is expected to officially change his plea on Wednesday, and sentencing would happen in July. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads for us right now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We'll start on the west side. We've got a crash blocking the center lanes on the 10 eastbound near the Loop 202 southbound. So get to the left, get to the right. Just try to avoid the center there. And in the East Valley, a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of the Loop 101 southbound near Southern. This is moving along a little bit better, but not cleared yet. And another one in the area. We've got eastbound 60 right at the McClintock exit. That is still on the right shoulder. Because that was such a mess earlier, it's still a little bit backed up there, but it is getting better. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. In this portion of the show, brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. Gatos, what a bizarre weekend where fire departments, first responders, by the way, all over the state, were responding to hiking trails to rescue children. In some cases, and you're going to have to help me, I don't know exactly where the cutoff is, I'd say toddlers.
15 months.
Well, is that a toddler?
It's 15 months old.
It's 15 months.
No.
The message is not getting out.
No, it's not.
And we had one instance here in the Valley. 11 people, 5 adults and 6 kids, went on a closed hiking trail and needed to be rescued. All of them complaining of heat exhaustion, unable to get down on their own. I mean, I think it's a fair question. At what point is it child abuse? At what point is it neglect that a parent would take a child out onto a desert hiking trail in Arizona, a 15-month-old, in June, July, August? I mean, it sounds crazy, right?
It is crazy. It is crazy. You could, if we're charging people for leaving a kid in a car, we're charging people at times for your kid drowned in your pool and you were negligent.
Right. You didn't take precautions.
If you knowingly, and this is what it is, you're knowingly bringing your baby up a hill, up a mountain in the dead of summer, you might have to start getting charged. I mean, really, because I worry that the parents will melt when they go up there, let alone the child. And it's just insane. It is absolutely insane. I know that some of this happened before noon. Here's the thing.
The one with the 15-month-old was 2 in the afternoon. It was down in Tucson. Don't get me wrong. And it's the Sabino Canyon Trail, which I've been on many, many times.
Right. No.
But who takes a 15-month-old?
It's crazy.
On a hike at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when it's 100 and whatever outside.
When you go to the hospital, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody was going to the hospital. There's a serious question that some of those doctors have to pass along. Like, is this abuse? You may not think it's abuse. Let me tell you something. It's abusive if you take your baby up a mountain.
Yeah.
In the middle of the day.
And they said, not enough water, not protective clothing.
You just
didn't have the right shoes on.
Protective services. They got to, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Protective services at the hospital, I guarantee you, are coming down and they're saying, do you know how to make good decisions about your kid? Yes or no? Apparently, no.
I was going to say, I think it's obvious the answer is no.
What else do you do? Do you toss your kid in the pool and leave?
Right, but you said that's an interesting point because you said, we charge parents.
Of course we do.
When they leave the kids in hot cars.
Sometimes that's an accident. The parents that are hiking with their baby.
It's not an accident.
It
wasn't like they woke up and like, my God, we're in the middle of the desert.
Stupidity. It's negligence. I mean, it goes beyond bad parenting. You don't know how to make a decision for what's good. I'm worried about the next decision you're going to make for your kid.
Right. So where is that line? Exactly. I mean,
the line
isn't that some form of neglect?
At 2 in the afternoon in June, in summer, up a mountain
in Arizona.
I don't know if you can take care of your kid again. I really don't know if you can take care of your kid. I mean, it's not a mistake. You're not making a mistake. You know what you're doing. It's crazy. You'll kill your baby. It'll kill the kid.
Yeah.
And by the way, for the parents who took the 9 and the 11-year-old,
that was
you're not smart either.
No.
You're not smart either.
And they went on a closed trail. I mean, it wasn't even.
No.
So they had to go around the closed part.
Right.
Just to get to the point they needed to be rescued.
Yeah, we've gone way beyond having, the chat about a stupid hiker law.
Yeah.
No. You're taking a baby up a mountain, right? And it's 115. I'm not sure you should keep that baby. What's the next bad decision you're going to make for that kid?
Exactly. Throw them in the deep end of the pool and leave.
I can tell you one thing. The easiest thing for a parent to decide is, it's June 29th. We live in Arizona. It's 115 out. I've got an app on my phone that says that. Oh, I just went outside. Yeah, it is hot.
It's hot.
Maybe we stay inside and maybe we don't, maybe we don't put our baby through something.
Go to the mall.
Goodness gracious.
Why is it the more we talk about this, the worse it seems to be?
Well, obviously the message isn't getting through to some people,
right? It's not just getting out there. It seems like it's literally getting worse the more we talk about it.
I don't think you need a message for this.
No, common sense.
Right. I mean, we don't have to start running commercials like, make sure you don't take your baby in the middle of summer up a mountain in the middle of the day.
Maybe we do.
No, these are parents that will always make the wrong decision.
They make bad choices.
I don't care if you run commercials on the radio, TV, it doesn't matter. Online, they're going to always do something stupid. These are people. These are people that, I don't know if they could. I don't know if I trust them making me a cup of coffee in the morning.
There's no argument.
You know what I mean?
And you make a good argument that, at what point is it a pattern?
Right.
Of bad decisions.
Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah.
That you're gonna kill your child.
Yep.
That's insane. All right.
Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn is on top of that. And it is June 30th. It's the last day of the month. And there's a reason that flags are flying at half staff. All over the state. We're going to talk about it. It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
Breaking news. This was Patricia's idea yesterday, Pablo.
What is going on?
Here's what happened. I said, we need a breaking news sounder or something.
Of our own.
So Patricia said, Auga should be a... So...
You had to get the most loudest one. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, let's talk about getting your house painted. All right, the Arizona Painting Company will be painting the interior of my home this summer. We're really excited. They're going to paint the baseboards. They're going to paint the walls. They're going to paint the ceilings, the closets, everything. And I know I've hired the right company. The number one painting company in the state is the Arizona Painting Company. A lot of you are saying, well, I've got kids at home, and they're inside because it's too hot to go outside. And maybe it's not the best time to paint. No, it is the best time to paint. They can work around the kids. They're experienced at doing this. They work around the clutter, and they paint your home in sections. So one day your kids won't be allowed to go into the living room. Okay, but the next day it'll be fine. The Arizona Painting Company will then move into the dining room, and your kids won't be allowed to go in there. It's really very simple. So I want you to text the word paint to 620-620 and think about getting your home painted this summer by the Arizona Painting Company.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Did you know, according to research, a majority of people gain their weight back after stopping those expensive weight loss shots? Don't become another statistic. Our doctor-developed program doesn't just help you lose weight, it helps you keep it off for good. We've helped thousands of people with our exclusive 3-step protocol lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks and maintain the results long-term. No more yo-yo dieting or weight regain. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
I'm so glad I did. I'm Jamie West, and I'm maintaining my nearly 50-pound weight loss thanks to Dr. Maloney and Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. The program is simple, and it works quickly without shots. And because it restores your metabolism, you can keep the weight off like I have. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440 or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A man that we are learning lived in Arizona killed 2 firefighters in Idaho over the weekend. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center with more.
The incident has left behind many questions about why 20-year-old Wes Rowley allegedly started a fire in a northern Idaho city before shooting and killing 2 responding firefighters. Now Sheriff Robert Norris sharing some information, including a local connection.
We believe that Rowley has prior residence in California, Arizona, and Idaho. We believe he was born in California.
And he also confirms the cause of death for the suspect.
It appears that he shot himself.
And the family of Rowley now sharing a statement to ABC News saying they will cooperate with law enforcement and do not understand why the shooting happened. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And the man accused of brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students in 2022 will reportedly change his pleas to guilty this week. Defense attorney and ABC News contributor Brian Buckmeyer is among those surprised by Brian Koberger's decision.
This is shocking and surprising for a number of reasons. Now, whenever you have a death penalty case, the major issue or major concern that a defense attorney will have is trying to get that off the table. And so understanding there's a plea deal where Brian Koberger will not be put to death, especially in a state that has such, let's say, wide-reaching ways in which they can employ the death penalty, that makes sense.
The murder victims included 20-year-old Xana Kernodle, who was from the Valley. With this change in plea, Koberger will waive his right to appeal. A construction worker's been taken to a hospital following an incident at the TSMC facility near 43rd Avenue and Loop 303 in Phoenix. The Phoenix Fire Department describes the injuries as serious, and the company tells us they were broken bones. An investigation into exactly what happened is underway. Let's check traffic now. Here's Heather Larson, and she's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Good news on the eastbound I-10. There was a wreck, okay, and it was at the center lanes at 59th Avenue. That has moved off to the left, so that's now in the HOV lane. So the good news is traffic is flowing along a little bit better. It would be best for your first responders out working in the heat if you would move over to the right, and that's just one thing going on. We've also got a couple things going on in Tempe. The eastbound 60 still slow at Roll Road due to an earlier wreck, and the southbound 101 is still slow, and that's earlier there was a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of the loop 101 southbound near Southern, so that's also a little bit backed up. And hitting the surface streets now, Indian School and 51st Avenue, that is a very slow intersection right now due to a wreck there. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We've hit 116 at Sky Harbor Airport, breaking a record for this date. 89 should be our overnight low, and 114 tomorrow before we back off a little bit for our holiday weekend. We also could see some monsoon activity kicking into gear a little bit later on this week. Right now in Tempe is 113 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
School funding shortfalls, how the problem being solved. We talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Hey, just a quick reminder, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos are matching the first $1,000 that are donated today. It's our final day of raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank. We're outspoken against hunger. We want to encourage you. We put our money where our mouths are, so to speak.
That's right.
And all you got to do is text the word food to 620, and we make sure kids don't go hungry.
Did you see what I did?
What?
I put in $1 more than you because I wanted to beat you.
Here we go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Your pettiness knows no bounds.
Is it right? It's so true.
It knows no bounds.
All right, text the word food to
620. So we're matching the first $1,001.
I tease. Text the word food to 620. 620, as Bruce said, last day to donate to such a great organization, and we are really, really close to our goal of 500,000 meals, which we never thought we could get to. So we're going to need your help.
You know, a lot of times you might be driving around the city and you might see a flag flying at half staff. And I would argue maybe not all the time. Do you know why? There's a reason that flags are flying at half staff today in Arizona. Today is the 12-year anniversary of the tragedy of the Granite Mountain Hotshots. up in Prescott. The wildland firefighters were 19 of the 20-man crew were killed battling a wildfire up there.
You remember the day?
I do.
Was it Saturday or Sunday?
It was a Sunday.
Okay.
We got word early on that there had been an incident. Now, we'd always have wildfires in Arizona. I mean, there was always some sort of fire burning somewhere. We've had it this year.
We've had horrific wildfires.
Right?
Absolutely.
And we heard there'd been an incident. And here at the station, I remember the boss saying, this looks really bad. You need to go up to Prescott.
You being Bruce.
Me.
Yeah, because at the moment, you were doing the mornings.
Yeah.
I was doing afternoons, was still doing afternoons.
I got in the car.
Yeah.
And I just drove up there.
Right.
And I was up there Sunday afternoon / Sunday evening. And by that time, we had learned, and it just didn't sound plausible. 19 firefighters? How does that happen?
Well, I remember getting the text, from KTAR.
Yeah.
Not from our boss, but it's like you can sign up for these type of
breaking news.
And so I got the text, and it said 19 firefighters were killed. So I called the radio station, and I said, you guys made a mistake on this text.
Yeah, like a typo.
Yeah. Like, there's no way that 19 died. They're like, no, 19 died.
Yeah.
And you had to sit there for a moment, and you had to ask yourself, you had to ask the question, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
19 people battling a wildfire in Arizona all at the same time perished.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to believe.
I learned a lot. I learned a lot about wildland firefighting, hotshot crews, being up there. I think we spent almost the entire week up there talking to folks, understanding. Here's something that I would say us big city folks didn't understand. I admit I didn't. When you live in some of these smaller communities, especially when you live around forests, wildfires are they're always a threat. They can always pop up, and they can always, be devastating. And these hotshot crews are these communities' lifeline. They are the saviors. They are literally the heroes.
They'll save your life and your house.
The entire community in some cases. And they are genuinely revered in places. And I mean, it's not just Prescott. It's Heber. It's Snowflake. It's Strawberry. It's all of these little communities. When a fire breaks out, they realize that without these hotshot crews, without these wildland firefighters coming in, the whole town could be gone.
Yeah.
And the sense of grief.
Oh, it was horrendous.
I have never experienced something like that before.
My wife and I went up the week after.
Yeah.
Because there was a place where you could leave.
Like mementos.
Yeah.
I think it was at the fire station, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just to put it into perspective, it was the largest loss of life among U.S. firefighters since when? 9/11, a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
Lightning ignited the fire.
Yarnell Hill area,
Yeah.
Yarnell up there, yeah.
And so anything can happen at any time with some of these fires, but this was like the perfect, most awful storm. There was an unexpected wind shift, and it sent the flames like roaring south at a pace 3 times faster than had previously been recorded. And you had, if I remember correctly, you had 19 of the Granite Mountain hotshots in this one spot.
They were in like a box canyon, and there was nowhere to go.
And the 20th Granite Mountain hotshot was a lookout.
Brendan, yeah.
Yes, and I've interviewed him before.
Yeah.
And he's gone through a lot of dark times.
He has gone through a lot.
And he's
Shout out to
doing-
Brendan.
He's doing better and has been. But, the fact that the thing...
They had to deploy their
That's what I was gonna
emergency
say.
covers.
That's what I learned the day after this happened. I'm like, well, didn't they have these emergency covers? And
Yeah.
if you ever have to deploy that, it's over.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
You're not going to survive.
That's pretty bad.
That's like that's the Hail Mary.
Good point.
And it's not going to. And what really, and it's sending chills through me. What What must have been going through those 19 men's minds that they got that shield out, and I bet they all knew that this was it. If you ever have to deploy the shield, it's over. And I just wonder, and I'm horrified by what was going through their minds when they deployed the shield, knowing that they weren't going to walk away from this.
There wasn't a good chance to get away, I can't smell smoke without it taking me there. Like when I smell wood burning, it's a visceral reaction for me. I remember being up there in Prescott and smelling the smoke everywhere. And can I tell you the thing that has always stuck with me? We went up there on the 30th, on that day. And we went on the Sunday. And we went to the firehouse. And the thing, it's just a weird thing. I don't know why. The thing that stuck with me were the cars and trucks in the parking lot and realizing that they were never going to come back for them.
Yeah. And I think the families were told in a big, gymnasium.
They brought them all together, yes.
And were they all told at the same time?
I believe they were. You can't imagine that grief. You can't imagine.
I can't even.
Today, the 12-year anniversary of the death of 19 Arizona firefighters in the Yarnell Hill fire up in Prescott. It's why flags are at half-staff today. It's why we honor those men, and we think about everything that they've done.
All right. 5 o'clock, we've got Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan. We're going to talk about the big, beautiful bill that looks like is going to pass. Does she like it? But up next, did you just get dumped by AI? We'll explain next.
Hey, a Life Changer loan can literally do that for you. Now, let's get this out of the way. A Life Changer loan, a replacement for the traditional 30-year mortgage, it's not for everyone. Who's it for? All right, let's check off some things here. You got good credit? Okay. Are you good with money? Yeah. Would you like to not be under the thumb of a bank for the next 30 years or however much time you have left on a mortgage? Check, check, check. Well, then a Life Changer loan might be right for you. A Life Changer loan can be the last piece of financing you'll need for anything. It replaces the 30-year mortgage. You do all your banking inside your mortgage, which means you have access to your equity whenever you need it. You'll never have to take out another loan or borrow from somebody again. You can borrow from yourself and pay yourself back. It is a unique way of doing things, and it's catching on. It's popular all over the world, and now we're finding out the thousands of people here in the Valley that have discovered this secret. The last piece of financing you'll ever need for anything, it's called a Life Changer loan. Find out online at lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. While there, visit Window World.
Now is the time to cool those hot rooms with the new energy-efficient windows and doors from Window World. Right now, get 6 large premium sliding windows, all with the most energy-efficient Solar Zone Sunshield glass. Tax and installation included for only $4,725. Plus, Window World has easy gliding patio doors and designer entry doors with built-in security screens too. And be sure to ask about new custom black window and patio door frames. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event, going on now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
It's so hot here!
Yeah, we broke a heat record today with a high of 116 degrees. David Tramp with the National Weather Service in Phoenix says the previous record was 115 on this day in 2013. And he adds that temps will drop by midweek to just above 100 degrees. There is a chance of rain tomorrow night on into Wednesday and even into Thursday. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road home now for us. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a car fire slowing things down on the I-17 northbound at Bethany Home Road. That's going to be in the HOV lane, so your far left lane. They're getting close to clearing that, but just know that that's the reason why the 17 is now backed up all the way to the 10. In Tempe, we've got some slowness on the eastbound 60 right at the McClintock exit. There's still a crash being cleared there on the right shoulder. And in Phoenix, a wreck on Indian School and 53rd Avenue. Things are also slow at the intersection of Indian School and 53rd Avenue because of that. Another traffic report just 15 minutes away. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, you can lose fat, you can gain muscle, you can lose that dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed you have lack of energy, brain fog, trouble in the bedroom possibly, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. The truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than their dads ever did. There's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. You're not talking about supplements here, talking about real prescription testosterone. No supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it can boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality for a limited time at redmountainweightloss.com. That is redmountainweightloss.com.
What's success look like to Gen Z? Why it's less about wealth and more about health on the next Chris and Joe Show, tomorrow at 2.
All right, text the word food to 620. 620. It's the final day of June, and that means it is the final day of Outspoken Against Hunger.
You can do it!
As we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank.
Yes.
We're looking for 10 of you right now on the very last day, 10 of you, to text the word food to 620, 620 and give $100.
Deal. Make
text
it so.
the word food to 620, 620. And can you give $100 on the last day to feed kids, to feed the elderly, to make sure that children have some protein to eat at dinner and some breakfasts? And, we thank you in advance, but we're looking for 10 people.
Yeah.
Got to finish strong today. Text the word food to 620, 620. Do you have $100 for St. Mary's? All right.
I got to tell you, I guess very little surprises me anymore. Maybe I should say it this way.
I thought I surprise you every day.
There is that.
Okay.
But aside from that, we are learning how artificial intelligence, how AI is affecting our lives in ways that maybe we hadn't thought of. I really do think there's a certain argument behind, you're not going to know until, like, you got to be kidding me. This is a thing. We're finding out now that the under 30 crowd, let's just call it that, about half of them have used AI to dump somebody, to literally write the text or the email or whatever to break up with someone.
Here's my concern.
There's a concern.
Because you have 41% of young people that have used AI to help end a relationship.
Yeah.
The more that they grow up, right, the older they get. All right, are you going to ask AI, should I really marry this person? Are you going to ask AI, well, my 2-year-old is so-and-so doing this. What should I do? And it's like, are you going to let AI run your life? And I think the answer is absolutely. I think that AI is taking over and is our new brain.
Question.
Question.
Is an AI dump via text better than ghosting?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I think so.
Although,
Yeah,
so
I do
people
too.
are using
Good point.
things like ChatGPT.
Right. And
to
so,
write their breakup message.
if you
text.
don't, if some of you don't use ChatGPT,
Okay, explain it.
It's an app you download it for free, and basically what you do is you would type this in. You write me a text to my girlfriend. We've dated for 8 months, and I want to break up with her. What's the best thing that I should say? And then AI will write out a note that you can just copy and paste, and you're done. It's that simple. And usually it's excellent. You may change a little bit of it, make it sound a little bit more like you, but it'll give you some sort of a starting point.
So ChatGPT has subsections inside of it that you can go to. There is a breakup guide on ChatGPT that will write you an empathetic and respectful breakup letter.
Yeah. And I'm going to change my mind on what Becky Lynn said.
Oh.
Because I thought you made a good point. Is it better to ghost or to write an AI note to break up with somebody? An AI note is completely fake. It lacks any emotion that you have going into a relationship or getting out of a relationship. It's not real, and it's a total cop-out.
But you just said, let ChatGPT write it, and you could tweak it.
Yeah, but that's what's going
to reflect.
But that's what they're going to do. But in thinking about it just for a second, it's the biggest cop-out in the world. Like, if you're dating somebody, don't you owe it to them to write something without AI, to write something from the heart? It really is it's a huge cop-out. It is. Like, if you can't get up for texting, you're already texting somebody that you're dumping them. That's bad enough.
Can I give you an example? So here's the AI prompt. Write a respectful and kind breakup text that makes me seem emotionally mature, but also slightly mysterious.
Oh.
Here's what it gave you. Hey, I've been doing some thinking, and while our time together has been a beautiful chapter, I feel it's time to turn the page.
This is garbage.
You deserve someone who...
This is awful.
That is...
Isn't that terrible? Yeah.
Sounds like a Nicholas Sparks novel.
It's horrific.
If you read that in this day and age,
you
AI.
My eyes are going to roll so hard they would pop out of my head.
Check of the headlines are on the way, and up next, it's Mondays with Megan. Meghan McCain joins us next. And did the Supreme Court just make Trump a king? We'll ask Meghan McCain. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, your home is your biggest investment, and you need to protect it with a roof built to last. So America Roofing, they offer everything from routine maintenance to complete installation of a new roof. Right now, we are in the middle of summer, and the Arizona heat will age your roof. How, you ask? UV damage, shingle curling, material cracking. You can still get your roof inspected by America Roofing for free before the monsoon hits. So we're expecting some rain possibly Thursday or Friday. Listen, I'm glad I got my roof checked by America Roofing. They found a problem area, and it was a spot where water from storms just wasn't draining properly. They fixed it. It was a very reasonable price. I have peace of mind, and let the monsoon hit. I'm good. Are you? If you're not, and you don't know, call America Roofing. AmericaRoofingCo.com. Free evaluation of your roof when you mention Gatos. 602-960-ROOF. 960-ROOF. 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Homeowners, when you realize you must have a plumber or an AC tech, what is your number one concern? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Around 85% of all complaints are, you guessed it, cost. Our number one concern is what we charge. We average 30 to 50% lower costs than our competition. 3,000 five-star reviews and a 4.9 Google rating, plus 5 straight years voted best plumber. Discover PlumSmart and expect excellence at about half the price. It's just plumsmart.com.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, I'm Bruce. Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply. The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
It appears that he shot himself.
20-year-old Wes Rowley is the now deceased suspect in an Idaho arson and shooting deaths of 2 firefighters. Sheriff Robert Norris confirming the suspect had lived in Arizona, but says there's still a lot of unknowns. Sheriff Norris emphasizing the motive behind the incident is unclear despite social media rumors, and police are still working the scene and containing a fire that was started by the suspect. Reaction now from legal experts after the Idaho college murder suspect, Brian Kohlberger, agreed to plead guilty to all counts in the killings of 4 college students 2 years ago, sparing him from the death penalty. Defense attorney and ABC News contributor Brian Buckmeyer says Kohlberger will likely still die in prison.
I would have thought, based on the offer that was given, he would have still have gone to trial because it's death one way or another.
One of the victims was Valley native Xana Kernodle.
It's so hot here!
Grab the sunscreen. Be sure you're drinking lots of water because we could be in for some record-breaking heat today. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with more on the temperature.
David Tramp with the National Weather Service Phoenix says today is the hottest day of the week.
The projected high for Phoenix today is 116. So that would break the previous record of 115, most recently set in 2013.
And we broke that record when we hit a high of 116 this afternoon. Tramp explains Phoenix is under an extreme heat warning until tomorrow evening. He expects temps to drop to the low 100s by midweek, with a chance for rain Tuesday evening into Wednesday, and possibly some scattered showers on Thursday. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The Oak Ridge Fire, burning southwest of Window Rock, has caused a state of emergency in the Navajo Nation. Evacuation orders have been placed for some residents as 6,000 acres have burned so far, and that fire is currently at 0% containment. It was allegedly ignited by two wood haulers cutting fresh oak. GOP House members on Capitol Hill say they're rushing back to D.C. for a possible vote Wednesday on President Trump's big, beautiful budget bill once it gets through the Senate, where its passage remains unclear tonight. ABC News spoke to Congressman Russ Fulker, the Republican from Idaho.
I don't think any of us can anticipate that it will just flow through smoothly. So I am personally not optimistic we'll have this by July 4th.
Lowe's is boosting Phoenix communities with a few major donations.
Lowe's has announced they are donating $350,000 to St. Joseph the Worker and New Life Center as part of its hometown initiative. St. Joseph the Worker will get $100,000 to renovate a reentry home for women exiting the justice system, while New Life Center will receive $250,000 to upgrade 8 emergency shelters for domestic violence survivors. The projects are part of Lowe's $100 million commitment to revitalize community spaces nationwide. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
A construction worker's been taken to a hospital following an incident at the TSMC facility near 43rd Avenue and Loop 303 in Phoenix today. Phoenix Fire Department describes the injuries as serious, and the company tells us they were broken bones. An investigation into what happened is underway. Let's check on traffic now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A lot going on the freeways right now. First of all, let's start with the bad news. We got a wreck 101 southbound at the 60. That's just north of Southern. Now, this is actually on the exit ramp to the 60. You got emergency crews on the scene there, so traffic is a little bit slow there. But now for the good news. Traffic is getting better on the northbound 17. There had been a car fire earlier before Bethany Home Road. That has cleared now. Traffic was pretty backed up, so that is just starting to really get moving along right now. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Well, we're under an extreme heat warning through tomorrow evening. Maybe some monsoon activity coming our way later on this week, and we broke a record today. It is a weather kind of week for sure. 114 the high tomorrow and 108 by Wednesday. But by the time Thursday and Friday come around, we're going to be around 102, 103. Right now, though, in Mesa, 115. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, yeah. People are constantly telling me hour number 2 is the best hour.
All right. Hey, make sure you are texting the word food to 620, our last day of Outspoken Against Hunger. Mm-hmm. So the entire month of June, we've been outspoken against hunger. Not on our watch. We're not going to have kids go to bed hungry in this state.
Oh, wait.
And so we've asked you to text the word food to 620. We're looking to get over 500,000 meals.
And the need is there.
The need is there. And so we're asking you to text the word food to 620 on this final day, where this hour we need 10 of you to give $100.
All right.
10 of you to give $100. All right. Text the word food to 620 and help us reach our goal. Outspoken against hunger.
Outstanding.
All right.
Joining us right now.
Yes.
I'm not even sure where she is exactly.
I know where she is.
Where is she?
Well, let her say it. I know where she is.
Megan McCain joins us. It's Mondays with Megan. Megan, where are you currently located?
I'm in Sedona.
I think I saw your husband post something on Instagram of driving into Arizona. I go, I think she's here.
There you go.
Yes, but I didn't come in the right time to come into your studio. I would have to stay 4 extra days in Phoenix, and I was like, I have to go.
Understood.
So,
Understood.
Hey, welcome home. That's terrific. Welcome home.
Thank you so much. It's so beautiful, and it's not that hot. I was expecting it to be much worse. It's not as bad as it could be.
It is here.
Yeah, I was going to say Sedona's a little better. You know that.
Yeah. Hey, Megan, thank you for retweeting our campaign for St. Mary's Food Bank.
That's wonderful.
A lot of people have given, so that it helped a lot. Thank you very much.
They do such important work. I have done work with them in the past, and the amount of people and children who go without food and who sometimes get their only meals from food banks is staggering and obviously a tragedy. And I'm so happy to do anything I can to support, and really amazing that you guys are doing this campaign. It's really, really important.
The least we could do, Megan. The least we could do. All right, let's start. I don't even know where to start with you. How about this? Can we start with the big, beautiful bill? Is it a foregone conclusion that this is going to pass? I mean, there's no chance it doesn't pass, right?
I think it's going to pass, but I've just been really entertained by Senator Fetterman, going on TV and being like, I missed my vacation. I'm sick of having vote-a-ramas. Nobody gets good things done in the middle of the night. He's not wrong. I've never understood the point of vote-a-ramas that happen all night. Everyone's exhausted, and most of the Senate is over 80. So I agree with him in his sweatpants. So angry gave me a laugh.
I get the feeling he's quiet quitting as a senator. You know, it's just it's just he doesn't care anymore. He's not going to dress up for it anymore. He'll show up every once in a while. Whatever.
One of my toxic traits is I really like him. He's one of my favorite Democrats.
He's
and
unique.
I hope he doesn't quit. I find him just, I like originals, and he supports Israel, and he seems to be normal. And I don't mind the sweatpants. People are really offended by it, but it doesn't bother me. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Mondays with Megan. We're talking about the big, beautiful bill. Listen, it's like 1 million pages. Nobody in Congress read it.
No.
I think they read it out loud for a period of time. Okay. I mean, Megan, you talk politics all the time. Do you know if this is good or bad for America?
No.
I mean, because I read it's going to cut $1 trillion to Medicaid. It's going to cause millions and millions of Americans to lose their only health care coverage they have. But then the other side goes, it'll raise it. We give more money to do you know what's in it, and is it good or bad? I don't know what to believe.
I do not know what's in it, and I don't think anyone knows what's in it. But Elon Musk was tweeting graphs today, and anyone can look at it on X, showing that it's the same spending that happens under Democrats. That he's no matter what happens, you get a uniparty that spends this way. I actually think the Medicaid cuts are the real poison pill in this, because I think that is what Democrats, if they're smart, can run on in the midterms, and that could be incredibly impactful. I don't know why anyone wants to make cuts to Medicaid. I think we can make cuts to many other places that don't harm people in need, and that is one of the government policies that I personally support and I think is a good thing. So I'm shocked that so many people are against it. And I also think that President Trump, this is the type of thing that could have real ramifications in, the next year, the next 2 years. And
You mean ramifications if people start feeling negative effects?
Yes. And also if you have some, elderly people on TV saying Medicaid got cut and I lost, X, Y, and Z things, and I'm, can't afford my medicine and can't afford to have any health care. Yeah, that's an ad that writes itself. And I also think that President Trump, why spend so much time and energy on Doge, making this big spectacle of all the government spending that's going to happen, which, by the way, it did not reach the expectations of what it was supposed to, and then do this next? I just don't understand it.
Megan, and I'll ask you, and this is not a loaded question, please don't get me wrong, but I guess if I do come from a world, it might be the Massey Paul world, if you will. The reality is, Nobody cares about deficit spending. Nobody cares about the debt. And you can talk about it all you want, and it doesn't make a difference. You have an R or a D next to your name. You're just going to spend money we don't have. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I missed something.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong, sadly. I mean, I care about the debt, but I'm not like Thomas Massie or Rand Paul. They take it too far for me. But I don't know what the answer to this question is, because I found myself agreeing with Elon Musk today. And I think we should all worry about the debt, because at a certain point it is going to hit all of us. And by all of us, I mean the generation that's not part of the boomer generation. And it really scares me.
Well, I think we won't worry about it till it's a emergency, right? That's how we do things.
Yeah. It's a mess. I don't have a silver lining for you on this one. And I don't agree with it. And again, it's a weird day when I do agree with Thomas Massie, but I just think there's probably a lot of things in this bill, like there always are, that are unneeded. And it's just more pork and more spending happening in the country that's putting us even further into debt. And again, why do this after having Doge and all these Silicon Valley bros infiltrate DC with their, what was it? Not a sledgehammer. What did Elon Musk bring on stage on CPAC?
Chainsaw. Yes.
Yes. Why make a spectacle of it and this drama of we're cutting everything, and then firing government workers that by a lot of reporting should not have been fired, doing all these things and then passing this bill at the same time. What a waste of everyone's collective time.
Mondays with Megan. Megan McCain joins us, the host of Citizen McCain, of course, the daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. So one of the other big stories, Supreme Court on Friday, very busy. The court limited the ability of federal judges to pause, or temporarily pause, I should say, President Trump's executive orders. Big victory for his administration. So it kind of gives a green light to a lot of different presidential orders that would have been stopped. Do you think this gives the president, and it's not only going to be Trump, it's going to be a Democratic president in the future.
Presidents, plural.
Presidents. Does it give them too much power, Megan?
This is a tricky question because I wasn't against the ruling. I actually thought the most interesting part was Supreme Court leader Amy Coney Barrett has gotten just so much crap the past few years for being someone people were accusing of being a centrist and not on the side of conservatives. And she wrote a very strong memo against Ketanji Brown Jackson, basically saying that her argument wasn't anything, that was basically ridiculous and wasn't warranted. So I tend to trust Supreme Court rulings in general. Maybe that makes me naive, but I think there's a really good group of people on the Supreme Court right now. So I'm not as freaked out about it as I could be. I think the era of being worried about government overreach and the powers of a president went out the window for me in the Obama years, and every president since him has had more power than I'm comfortable with.
Yeah. Well, I certainly agree with that, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's headed the other direction. Megan, enjoy the rest of your day in Sedona.
Oh, yeah. It's 116 here.
116. It's like the surface of the sun down in the valley, okay? So you're doing well.
It's really so nice to be here. It's so nice to be home. I love it. I mean, it's just so beautiful. It's it's so cheesy. Our state is just so gorgeous.
It is.
It's so beautiful. And I have friends in town they're not from here, and they were like, Arizona is so amazing. I was like, I told you.
Duh.
I told you. You had no idea. I told you.
Yeah.
So.
Megan, appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your time, and I'll catch up with you next week. How's that?
I thought you guys were going to ask me about the New York mayor, but that's okay. We can do it next week.
Yeah, I don't know what to think of him yet. I mean, he looks like he's a socialist.
I didn't care about the last New York mayor either.
I don't know. I would never vote for a socialist. And, I mean, it's so there.
Yeah.
That's what we think.
All right, Megan, have a wonderful time. Thank you for your time today. That is Megan McCain, Mondays with Megan. We do it every single Monday at 5 o'clock right here on KTAR.
I'll give you my honest answer.
Yeah.
There's too much going on for me to even look at the New York mayor.
Yeah, I just
the amount of stuff.
I don't live in New York.
No. The amount of stuff that we have dealt with. Dude.
I don't care who the mayor of Cleveland is either, though. I'm consistent.
We had 3 war rooms last week.
Yeah.
We had the Wednesday war room, which is normal, but we had a special edition of the War Room Monday and
on war.
Friday.
It was a war room.
And Friday.
Yeah.
And so, the mayor of New York does it. I don't have enough room in my brain to take anything more.
Yeah. Hey, coming up next, he started a wildfire and then shot and killed the firefighters.
Oh, gosh.
And he's got a tie to right here in the valley. We'll tell you about this horrible story. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, let me get you hooked up with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Okay, guys, how about some testosterone? Prescribed by the docs at Red Mountain. A lot of men suffer from low T. You know, maybe you have it. Are you tired? Are you sluggish? You lose mental focus at times. Maybe a little trouble in the bedroom. Listen, not a big deal. Red Mountain has the solution. It is prescription strength testosterone. You may have low T. Low testosterone happens. So the solution is prescription from the doctors at Red Mountain. It's going to help you. Here's how. It's going to help you lose and maintain your proper weight, increasing your testosterone, give you more energy, build up muscle mass, help you sleep better, boost your sex drive. So book your free video consultation today. If you have low T, today's the last day that you can start for free if you mention Gatos. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
517, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Salvation Army's mobile hydration unit will be out today and tomorrow, delivering water to those experiencing homelessness. Spokesman Scott Johnson says they step up their heat relief efforts when we're under an extreme heat warning.
So from May through September, when the National Weather Service issues an extreme heat warning, 10 Salvation Army locations in the valley, stretching from Sun Cities to Apache Junction, acts as heat relief stations.
We've already broken a record today as we hit 116 degrees at Sky Harbor. The extreme heat warning ends tomorrow night. You can go to salvationarmyphoenix.org and find a heat relief station nearest to you. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the roads now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. The worst area right now for Valley freeways is the 101 southbound approaching the 60. There's a wreck, and it's on the exit ramp to the 60. Emergency crews are on scene. They are working to clear that, so we're hoping that the backup there doesn't last for too much longer. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, did you know you can celebrate the 4th of July with the D-backs? We're actually giving away tickets all week long to see them take on the Royals at Chase Field this Thursday, actual July 4th. Just text the word baseball to 620-620. That's baseball to 620-620 for your chance to win some tickets. All right.
I'm seeing you got 2 Iranian Grand Ayatollahs that have issued separate fatwas. Just came over.
Okay.
I've always wanted to say the word on the air, the fatwa.
Fatwa?
Yeah. Did I say it wrong?
I think you have some interesting emphasis on the syllables.
How do you pronounce it?
Fatwa.
Becky Lynn, you're a news person. How do you say it?
I think you're both right.
I think I'm right too. Don't tell me I'm wrong.
There we go.
I've heard fatwa, right?
Yeah.
What did you say?
What did you say?
Nah.
No.
There's a T in it. Just saying.
Got it.
Two of these Ayatollahs.
No,
Fatwa.
That'll teach us.
That'll really teach us.
Yeah. All right. I'll try. See if I can get some sleep tonight. What a crazy story coming out of Idaho, Gatos.
I heard about it yesterday. Started seeing it on X, and I'm like, "You got to be kidding me!" It's an ambush. That's
Literally.
what it was. Yeah.
Up in Idaho, a report of a wildfire. Firefighters respond and are met with gunfire. We now know who the gunman is. And he's from Arizona.
Oh, boy.
He moved up to Idaho, it looks like about 1.5 years ago. 20 years old. Unclear yet what would have started this. Not that there's any good excuse. Do you know what I'm not saying there's a good reason, but I don't know if we're going to know specifically what happened. I did see some interesting new pieces to this story.
Can I say one thing
please.
first? So he started the fire.
He starts a fire.
And he's hiding like the coward that he is. Firefighters get out there. They start putting it out, and this dope starts the fire. So shots at them.
He apparently was living in his car.
Oh, goodness.
And it was near wherever the fire had started. There is a report out there, multiple sources now, that say he had some sort of contact with him where the firefighters maybe told him, you got to move your car, you got to get out of the area or whatever.
You mean get out of the area of the fire that he started?
Well, I don't know if they knew that at the time.
No, I get it, but we know it now.
I don't know if that confrontation set him off. So it's unclear to me whether he started a fire with the purpose of hurting firefighters or if that became something after he had contact with them.
Well,
to me, it's not clear.
Well, he started a fire, and
yes.
if you start a fire, you're putting firefighters at risk, so
Fair.
you wanted to hurt them.
Yeah. I mean, but he could just be an arsonist that turned into a murderer, but there's no two ways around it. 2 firefighters up there were killed, 1 seriously injured, in stable condition now, thankfully. The gunman took his own life, it appears.
Of course he did.
Of
course he did.
Apparently lived here in the Valley for quite some time.
Great.
Yeah. His family was posting on social media expressing their condolences and regrets and said that, again, he'd been living in his car. He'd been having some issues. Stop me if you've heard this one before.
Right.
Right?
Incel, most likely. I mean, you're 20, you know, you just want to burn up, you know, part of a community and shoot to people who are trying to put the fire out. And by the way, this is what I was thinking when I saw this last night. Yeah, and this was done almost on the 12th year anniversary of the Yarnell 19.
Yeah. Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
So think about it. 12 years ago, 19 Arizona firefighters died fighting a fire. And this guy decides, I'm going to go out and I'm going to set a trap. I believe he set a trap, Bruce.
Okay. I just don't know.
I don't know either, but that's my guess because that's what it looked like. Set a trap for the firefighters, start a fire, they come out, and he starts shooting at them. It's amazing.
Horrific.
It's unbelievable.
Absolutely horrific.
Well, he's dead, so that's good.
It also comes out that maybe he wanted to be a firefighter, which you hear about people that start fires. Sometimes they aspire to be firefighters. They want to be a part of the fire itself.
You've heard of people who didn't get to be a firefighter that go and start burning down stuff?
A lot of arsonists want to be firefighters.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's really interesting.
Yeah, because they love watching the firefighters. Okay. They want to be around it.
How about you build a fire in the backyard?
Oh,
how about that? Look at it for you know.
I'm not justifying it. You're making it sound like I'm justifying it.
I'm not arguing with you. No. No, of course you're not justifying it.
There's no justification.
You're not insane.
Right.
Yeah. No, of course you're not justifying it. I didn't mean to. I'm not yelling at you or anything. It's just like this guy. You just got to shake your head and say, what are you doing? Yeah. What are you doing? If you want to be alone, if you want to be a loser, if you want to live in your car, go ahead. Go ahead. Like if you're so upset with the world and you want to take your life, I can't stop you, but don't take anybody else's.
Innocent people.
Don't take innocent people's lives. If you want to go blow your brains out, I can't stop you. But don't take a bunch of firefighters who are doing their job with you. This is insane. Absolutely. And he's from Phoenix, which really it makes the story worse.
We haven't mentioned his name, nor will we.
I don't like that either.
The firefighters, Rescue Chief Frank Harwood and Coeur d'Alene Fire Department Battalion Chief John Morrison were the 2 firefighters who were killed. And I can tell you, as a chief and a battalion chief, I think that's interesting as well. These weren't, junior firefighters running up a hill. These were command inside a fire department.
And the firefighters had no idea that this guy.
No.
That this guy was hiding like a coward, waiting to shoot them at a fire that he started.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
It's like the stories you're like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Right? You're like, I've never heard that crap before. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Coming up next, what determines if you're cool or not? Are we talking about like AC and how much we want it? That's not the kind of cool we're talking about?
No.
Oh, boy, we're in trouble. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend. First
first Saturday of the month, so Arizona Farm Bureau will be in talking farm fresh summer veggies with Apple Annie's You Pick It Orchard from Wilcox.
And you know it's July 4th special edition of Roselle Now, so it's going to be an all-star red, white, and blue event. Don't miss it.
10 o'clock weekly to do it yourself follies.
Saturday morning, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
If you live or work in Superior, Porter's is where you eat. We love serving the community that's meant so much to our family for generations. Having the Resolution Mine here has been a great thing. More business in town means more business for us, our suppliers, the hotels, really all of our neighbors. Projects like this drive the whole economy around here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A man that we've learned lived in Arizona killed 2 firefighters in Idaho over the weekend. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
The incident has left behind many questions about why 20-year-old Wes Rurley allegedly started a fire in a northern Idaho city before shooting and killing 2 responding firefighters. The family of Rurley now sharing a statement to ABC News saying they will cooperate with law enforcement and do not understand why the incident happened. Now Sheriff Robert Norris sharing some information, including a local connection to Arizona.
We believe that Rowley has prior residence in California, Arizona, and Idaho. We believe he was born in California.
And Sheriff Norris also confirming.
It appears that he shot himself.
Live in the news center, Ballinover Stoles, KTAR News.
The man accused of brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students in 2022 will reportedly change his pleas to guilty this week. Defense attorney and ABC News contributor Brian Buckmeyer is among those who are surprised by Brian Kohberger's decision.
This is shocking and surprising for a number of reasons. Now, whenever you have a death penalty case, the major issue or major concern that a defense attorney will have is trying to get that off the table. And so understanding there's a plea deal where Brian Kohberger will not be put to death, especially in a state that has such, let's say, wide-reaching ways in which they can employ the death penalty, that makes sense.
The murder victims included 20-year-old Xana Kernodle, who was from the Valley. With a change in plea, Kohberger will waive his right to appeal. Well, it turns out people really do like watching women's professional basketball. ABC's Sherry Preston says the WNBA has some big plans for the next few years.
Who knows? Maybe the new teams will one day have a victory celebration like the one New York threw last year for the Liberty. The WNBA announcing that over the next 5 years, Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia will all be joining the league. Toronto and Portland will enter next year. WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert says the expansion is a powerful reflection for the league's extraordinary momentum, depth of talent, and the surging demand for women's professional basketball. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Time to check the road home now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We still have that one wreck that hasn't cleared on the southbound 101 at Southern. This is actually on the ramp to the 60. It's in the dirt, so it's not actually on the roadway, but for whatever reason, this has really slowed down traffic on the southbound 101. Heading to Glendale City Streets, we've got a wreck at Camelback and 58th Avenue. We'll bring you some more traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
A record-breaking day at Sky Harbor. On the thermometer, we hit 116 today. 89 should be the overnight low temp. Tomorrow, slight chance of rain, but our excessive heat warning continues with a high of 114. By Wednesday, we'll back off to 108, and there's a 30% chance of a little monsoon activity. Right now, it's 115 in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. Friday on Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd how Arizona can have 2 Democratic U.S. senators from the same party and state who react so differently to President Trump.
What are you laughing at?
I was waiting for you to go in on Jim Sharp.
You know what?
I'm so used to it now. You're the commentary.
Sharp and LaDonna have been fantastic.
Okay.
Helping us with
boy, what has gotten into
our Outspoken Against Hunger campaign. They even allowed me to invade their program and talk about it. Chris and Joe have been terrific. Broomhead has been outstanding. And we're the last day. So I'm not ripping Sharp. We're in the last day of fundraising for St. Mary's Food Bank, and we're asking you to text the word food to 620-620 to help feed kids who aren't getting 3 squares a day, to help feed the elderly who are on these super tight budgets. And so, it was interesting hearing Sharp. We want to thank all the shows here at KTAR for helping. I don't think we'd be exactly where we are, which is a number that we're going to tell you soon. We never thought we'd get to this number, so we want to thank the other shows for helping us do this for sure. So again, text the word food to 620-620. It's the final day where you can give Outspoken Against Hunger, all right?
So there's a new study out from the people that do studies, and it tries to get into what makes someone cool.
I'll tell you what makes someone uncool.
Here we go.
Jim Sharp does dad jokes, and I want to slap the yellow off of his teeth. I don't like
dad jokes. Not cool.
You are not cool if you're doing dad jokes. Okay.
That didn't last long for Jim Sharp.
I was going to say we were doing good there for a while, weren't we?
Right.
My bad.
Couple of minutes anyway.
That's my bad.
Researchers came up with traits that cool people share. And here's something I thought was kind of interesting. they looked at people all over the globe. So this isn't just American cool. And you know what they found? Cool is cool no matter where you are.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the culture, country, language almost doesn't have an impact on cool. Cool is cool regardless.
Okay. I think you're probably cooler if you've got like a British accent. That kind of does make you cooler.
Yeah, but that would make it. Everybody in Britain isn't cool. They all have
But to
British
us, they are.
accents.
But to us, they are.
Every one of them's got a British accent.
That is a cool accent. Yeah, we all have
They
that
think
here.
American accents are cool.
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, some of them do. I think it's kind of interesting because you try to define what cool is. And I do think that there is a certain subjectiveness to it. But one thing is, okay, how about this? Self-control, poise under pressure, self-confidence.
Well, self-confidence is it. I mean, you know, if you have confidence in yourself and you're not the most cocky person in the world, well, a lot of people are going to think that you're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you think you're a doofus,
I think there's something
you're not a cool guy.
about the way you carry yourself.
Yeah.
Can I tell you this? And I don't know if you've experienced this. I try not to wear suits. And if you ever see me in a tie, you should only refer to me as the defendant.
Gotcha.
Okay? So just be clear.
Right.
But like for me, when I put on a suit, I feel like I get like an attitude. I get like suit attitude.
That's interesting.
Like I feel like I'm walking a little taller.
What do you feel like? You're a gangster? What do you feel like?
I just feel like there's a little more.
Feel like you look good?
Yeah, a little more confidence when you're wearing like a suit. Does that make sense?
If you have a well-tailored suit and you put that sucker on,
right? You kind of
you walk a little bit.
You got a little bit of a strut going on there. I think there's a semblance of cool to that.
I agree with that.
But you're not doing it when it's 116
No, most
degrees
certainly
outside.
I'm not. No, and I'm not wearing ties. Let's get over that. I want that.
No, I haven't worn a tie in a while. It's too hot to wear a tie. Yeah, there are different ways that you can be cool. Like we talked about, if you have self-confidence. Also, I think if you are, what I think is cool is if you're self-deprecating, right? I think that's kind of a cool thing. If you can make fun of yourself, that makes you pretty cool. You know, that's one trait I think that's pretty good.
So I think about the people in my life who I've put in this category. I'm just going to let it sit there for a second. Okay, I'm moving on.
All right.
Some of it's intangible. You and I probably have both met people that just have it.
Oh, yeah.
There's something about them. And I don't know how to exactly put it into words. I don't know if I could describe it. I certainly couldn't draw a picture of it. But they just have something about them. Is that charisma?
They have to be attractive.
Okay.
Can you be cool if you're not very good looking?
Yes, you can be.
I'm not so sure about that, Becky.
No, I think you can be.
Is that so? How is that?
Well, you know, for a lot of people, it's all about the personality. That's what. Didn't your parents tell you when you were younger and you were chasing some girl and you thought she was beautiful, and they go, "Look at this one." You know, she may not be as beautiful, but she's got a great personality.
I didn't want to go after.
I didn't want anything to do with it. I wanted the hot one.
We were told this too, and many times later, as you get smarter and older, you realize that's true.
No, still want the hot ones.
I want the hot one.
Well,
something didn't change in there. Sorry.
Maybe not as hot, but a whole lot. I don't know. You have more in common with them. They've got something.
Okay, I'll put it out this way: if you are maybe like a 6 out of 10, but you're cool. You have the gift of gab.
It bumps you up a little?
It might bump you up to a 7.
You could be a hard 7 at that point.
Oh, you could be a much more than that.
Maybe you could be like a Utah 7.
Utah 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not an ASU 7?
You're not going to be a Scottsdale 7.
No,
it could bump you to like a Utah 7.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I think that there are, again, how about this?
Yeah.
Are there more cool guys than cool girls? I think we associate cool with guys too. I think because we use different words to describe women that way. I think when you think of, let's go with classic examples, Cary Grant had this element of cool about him.
I couldn't even.
Oh my gosh! Don't start, Gatos.
If you put a picture up of Cary Grant, I don't know who that.
For the love of all, is Brad Pitt cool?
Brad Pitt is cool.
Okay, yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, Brad Pitt is cool.
Yeah,
but
it's not just because he's good looking.
Harrison
it's the way he
Ford,
carries himself.
Ford, is he
I think
cool?
he's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's pretty
Tom
cool.
Cruise is cool.
He's weird.
He is weird, but he's
He's
still
odd.
cool.
He's not cool?
No,
I
he's
think
cool.
he's
Tom
odd.
Cruise is not cool.
I think he's weird.
You think he's weird? Huh.
Yeah. He is not my definition of cool.
Is that right?
He's short.
He's very short.
George Costanza, not cool.
Not cool.
Okay, I think we know what we're doing.
Okay, I think we've narrowed it down. All right. Check of the headlines on the way. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. Becky Lynn is going to get us up to speed on everything you need to know.
Becky Lynn, cool.
Very much so.
Yes.
Pride of Tennessee. I don't know if you knew that.
I did.
Coming up next, it's the last day to give to St. Mary's Food Bank. It's the push to 500,000 meals. Will you join us? Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, are you ready to buy a house? It's a buyer's market in the Valley right now. If you look at some of the numbers, let me give you some of the numbers. I just got these from the Lund Mortgage team. I was hanging out with them at the ball game on Sunday. This is what Matt and Lisa will tell you when you call the Lund Mortgage team. About 18,000 homes vacant in the Valley, ready to be bought. Maricopa County added more housing units than any other county in the nation this past year. There are homeowners right now that are looking to sell their home for one reason or another. There are circumstances in life that'll happen. Well, those homeowners are dropping the price, and now it's your turn. Become a buyer. Call the Lund Mortgage team. When you get pre-approved for a mortgage through the Lund Mortgage team, it's totally free. Matt and Lisa, they're going to hold your hand throughout the whole thing. I've used them numerous times. The Lund Mortgage team, they've saved me thousands on different properties throughout the years. It's time to purchase. Call them, 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
It appears that he shot himself.
20-year-old Wes Rowley is the now deceased suspect in an Idaho arson and shooting deaths of 2 firefighters. Sheriff Robert Norris confirming the suspect had lived in Arizona, but says there's still a lot of unknowns.
He at one time wanted to be a firefighter. So we don't know if there's a nexus to that desire and what happened.
Sheriff Norris emphasizing the motive behind the incident is unclear despite social media rumors. Police are still working the scene and containing a fire that was started by the suspect. And the family of Rowley is now sharing a statement to ABC News saying they will cooperate with law enforcement and they do not understand why it happened. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Getting a check on traffic for us now. It's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Tempe, we just had a car fire. It is now extinguished, but that is affecting westbound 60 at Rural. That's on the right shoulder, so getting to the left is a good idea there. And there's still that wreck that hasn't cleared that's causing a backup on the southbound 101 at the 60 that is on the exit ramp to the 60 that should be clearing anytime now. And on the city streets of Glendale, we've got a wreck at Camelback and 58th Avenue. That's affecting the westbound Camelback direction. A little more traffic coming to you in another 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
It's hot out there. It's 116, Becky Lynn? All right, listen, you need to drink some water. You got to stay hydrated. The easy way to stay hydrated is with, well, Connecticut water. You could drink the slop that comes out of the tap. I don't know why you would. Doesn't taste good. It smells more like the pool. It leaves all this white film over everything in your house. Get a Connecticut system. Get perfect water from every single tap. 602-910-6570. You know, in the morning, I got my hydro flask, right? Ooh, I want to get a Superman hydro flask, Bruce. I'm working on that because the movie's coming out. Anyway, I'm going to take my new Superman hydro flask. I'm going to fill it with Connecticut water in the morning, and then I could drink it throughout the rest of the day. Perfect water. Your family deserves the best. They deserve clean, healthy water, not a bunch of water with carcinogens and chlorine and all that garbage in it. Almost 40 years in Arizona, Connecticut. 602-910-6570. You can also visit them at aquazona.com.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he's like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple months later, I was, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Who can afford to rent an apartment in downtown Phoenix? We'll tell you how pricey units are going for tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
It is the last day of June. Tomorrow is July 1st.
Yeah.
And what that means for us is it's the last day to raise money for St. Mary's Food Bank, as we are outspoken against hunger and are working to make sure that kids, seniors, and families aren't going hungry this summer here in the Valley.
Yeah, behind the scenes, there's a number that we never thought would be reachable, and it is now. And I want to leave it at that because we'll announce it in the next day or so when we tally everything up. But it's an incredible number, and we never thought that we could do it, but we need your help. So text the word food to 620-620. We're going to deliver over 500,000 meals, hopefully, to St. Mary's Food Bank. And speaking of St. Mary's, our buddy Jerry Brown joins us, Director of Public Relations at St. Mary's. All right, Jerry.
Jerry.
This is it, man. Last big push.
No pressure.
Give me what you got. I mean, I want you to, you're in the locker room. It's the half.
Right. Yeah, here we go.
You know what? And then you got to get the troops going. Go ahead.
We got to go run through a wall for you.
Speak to the listeners and tell them why they should donate. Here we go.
Is there anything I can say that you guys haven't said over the last 30 days? I don't know. I don't think that there's anything possible. Just my word to everybody is just thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done. It's been a busy weekend here at the food bank. We're collecting Lots of water for folks. It's going to be 116 degrees today. We just packed up a truck that's headed up to the Navajo Nation full of snacks and snacks and water and Gatorade for the firefighters and the people that are being evacuated from that fire up on the Navajo Nation. So, we're a first responder to disasters in Arizona, as well as all the other things we do. But this drive has been about the kids, and I just want to thank everybody. And it's not just been the dollars are incredible. The dollars are incredible. When you guys blew past your original goal 2 weeks into this thing, I knew it was going to be something special. Yeah. But reading the individual stories of people who either been helped by the food bank, know somebody who has, or just knows what it's like, maybe it wasn't St. Mary's, maybe it was another food bank, maybe it was just a friend who helped them out. We all just need that helping hand, and sometimes we only need it for a very short period of time. And for St. Mary's to be that bridge for people and to see their response, and the people that stopped me in grocery stores and whatever over the week and said, "Hey, I've been listening to Outspoken Against Hunger all month." It's been a very amazing 30 days, and I just want to thank the both of you, everybody at KTAR, and everybody who has called in, whether it's been $1 or $1,000. We really appreciate everything you've done.
Hey, Jerry, what year did St. Mary's start?
We started in 1967. We're starting year 59.
Okay. Let me read you one of those notes that was just left, okay? There's someone named Tui Wong. Donated $100. And you can leave a note when you text the word food to 620-620. He says, "I have experienced hunger, one meal a day, under the Vietnamese communist regime." Whoa. We moved to Arizona around 1986. I weighed 76 pounds. I was 15. When we were in Vietnam, we ate moldy foods, sometimes rotten foods. We try and clean out the moldy areas and reheat it. My brothers did that for me to eat. I remember the first time I arrived in Arizona and walked into a supermarket and remember, 76 pounds. Walked into a supermarket and saw mountains of food, fresh fruits, meat. I broke down and cried because I know I would not be hungry ever again. St. Mary's Food Bank helped my family when we resided in the Arizona area in 1986 with boxes and boxes and boxes of food. I'm grateful for American generosity. I often donate money to St. Mary's Food Bank, but Bruce and Gatos' drive makes this donation very meaningful and personal for me. $100.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your donation, and for everybody who knows what it's like to be hungry or has spent their lives trying to make sure that their family isn't.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can do it, and sometimes you can get to a great stage in life, and sometimes the things that you think about last, that you think about least, happen to your family, and it changes the game in a second. And we see people that come in and you go, boy, that's a nice car that person has, but you have no idea what their story is, right, and no idea what has happened. And sometimes you see the for sale sign in the back of the car, and you realize that that's what's going on, that the things were great this time last year, but right now, it's trouble and it's danger, and they need some help.
All right, Jerry, we're going to bring it home for you. Thanks, man. Great work.
Thanks, everybody, and thank you so much to KTAR for all you've done.
All right, this is our challenge. After that story we just told, we need 25 people. We're going out big. 25 people right now put in $100.
Okay.
Give what you can, obviously. We'll take whatever you can. We need 25 people to text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620. We need 25 people. Let's blow this thing out of the water. We are on our way to 500,000 meals or more. 25 people right now to text the word food to 620-620. Help us help St. Mary's.
Yeah, let's take care of our own.
Yeah.
Right here in our own backyard, right?
No one should be hungry.
Special thanks to Jerry and the team
at
amazing. St. Mary's.
They're amazing.
It's a labor of love for them over there.
They're amazing.
Yeah, really do a great job. Checking the headlines are on the way. Coming up next, Why are flags being flown at half-staff today? It's an important reason. We're going to share our memories of it. It's coming up next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
All right. So, a lot going on, but let's talk about Advanced Window Products, okay? I want you to meet my great friends at Advanced Window Products, a terrific, superb company, and they've been doing business for 39 years. And I want you just to think about your home. Is your AC bill working overtime? Because we've got the blazing heat going today, 116. You know, it's time to face facts. Your windows are costing you money. You have leaky windows. The windows are letting the heat in, and the cold air, that's hard-earned cash for you, out. So at Advanced Window Products, nobody better. They specialize in energy-efficient windows built for Arizona's extreme climate. So right now, the Gatos Summer Special, you got to mention Gatos. You can buy 10 windows or more, and you can get $2,500 off. And all you have to do is make a quick phone call. Have them come out and measure. Meet them. It's very simple. 480-764-2002. Go to advancedwindows.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Nearly half of Americans will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lives. However, 50% of cancer cases and 50% of cancer deaths are preventable. The earlier you detect it, the better chance to take action and do something about it. At Lifeguard, they detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. At 6 o'clock, I'm Becky Lynn.
It appears that he shot himself.
20-year-old Wes Rowley is the now deceased suspect in an Idaho arson and shooting deaths of 2 firefighters. Sheriff Robert Norris confirming the suspect had lived in Arizona, but says there's still a lot of unknowns. Sheriff Norris emphasizing the motive behind the incident is unclear despite social media rumors. Police still working the scene and containing a fire that was started by the suspect. The family of Rowley is now sharing a statement to ABC News saying they will cooperate with law enforcement. There are 10 Salvation Army locations throughout the valley that act as heat relief centers during an extreme heat warning. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the details.
The Salvation Army's Scott Johnson says with the extreme heat warning in place until tomorrow night, they want folks to have a place to cool off and stay safe.
We want people to have the opportunity to get some indoor cooling, get some hydration. We also have electrolytes at these locations. When available, we offer sunscreen, lip balm, hats, cooling towels, and other heat relief items.
He adds their mobile hydration unit will be out bringing water to unsheltered communities during the heat warning. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And to find a heat relief station that's nearest you, go to salvationarmyphoenix.org. Temperatures inside a parked car can actually rise 20 degrees in 10 minutes, and it does not take long for a potentially deadly situation for kids who may be left inside. Emergency medicine doctor Robin Samadar with Honor Health says it's critical to know the early signs of heat stroke, especially for young kids who can't tell you what's wrong.
They're kind of blah, they're not acting themselves, to mental status changes, to profuse sweating. The child is just not acting appropriate.
A child's body overheats up to 5 times faster than an adult's, and Samadar says it is never okay to leave your child inside of a hot car, no matter how long. The U.S. Senate back at work on potentially passing President Trump's big, beautiful bill after a grueling weekend of debate.
Senators starting what's being called a vote-a-rama today. This after the bill narrowly passed a procedural vote 51-49 over the weekend, which was followed by Democrats demanding the 940-page spending package be read out loud, a process that took 16 hours. North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis is one of 2 Republicans to break from party lines, saying he'll vote against the bill because of proposed cuts to Medicaid.
So what do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there?
This leaves the GOP with a razor-thin margin with just 1 vote separating the yays from the nays. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Turning to Wall Street, the Dow rose 275 points, closing out at 44,094 today. S&P rose 31, and the NASDAQ jumped 96. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic for us now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Things are looking a lot better on the 60. It's been kind of a problem today, both east and westbound between the 10 and the 101. Right now, it's flowing a little better. That car fire earlier that was causing a problem on the eastbound 60 at Rural, that is still not 100% cleared on the right shoulder, so just look out for it. But traffic is flowing again in all of the lanes there, and the 101 southbound is starting to look better too, and that's between the 202 and the 60. There were a lot of wrecks in the area today, but overall now, all of the Valley freeways are flowing along much better. More traffic coming to you in 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
After we broke a heat record today, we're going to be around 89 tonight, 114 tomorrow, slight chance of rain. Our extreme heat warning continues through about 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Wednesday, the chance of rain for Wednesday and Thursday bumps up to about 30%. And we're going to back off heat-wise to 108 Wednesday and 103 on Thursday. In Chandler, it's 113. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 3.
Yes! So many people tell you hour number 3 is the best.
You like it because you get to go home soon.
Well, there's that, too.
Hey, we're raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank. This is the final hour.
The final hour.
That's it. June is
coming to a close.
Come to an end. So we're outspoken against hunger. We partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we wanted to raise $40,000.
That was the goal.
Thanks to you, we have completely obliterated that number. And there is a number we're approaching that's like, it's like the most awesome number I've ever seen. So we'll tell you about it probably tomorrow. But if you want to get in and really make something historic,
be a part of something big.
Text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620.
Thank you.
And think about, let's make sure kids don't go to bed hungry here in Arizona.
I would argue it's the least we could do.
All right.
Right?
Yes.
You may have noticed flags flying at half staff. I notice it from time to time. You'll drive past a post office or a government building and go, I wonder why that flag's flying at half staff. You know, there's a variety of different reasons. Well, there's a tragic, a heartbreaking reason they're flying at half staff today in the state of Arizona, and this is because today marks the 12-year anniversary of the 19 Granite Mountain hotshots dying in a fire just outside of Prescott.
You could call it and argue that it's the darkest day we've ever had.
One of the darkest days in Arizona history. I would agree.
Yeah,
I would absolutely agree. Mm-hmm. You and I both have connections to it. A lot of folks have connections to it. I was up there that day. It was a Sunday, that June 30th. I was there that night. And I remember just being overwhelmed. I'm not a wildland firefighting expert. I didn't know much about it at the time. I've become much more knowledgeable because of this.
We all knew that there were wildfires all across the state.
Yeah, it's a thing, right?
But when
I don't think we knew. I never knew how dangerous it was.
Well, I think we all figured it out that day. Like 19 firefighters perished
in one fell swoop.
Right. The largest loss of life among U.S. firefighters since 9/11.
Wow. That puts it into perspective,
It does. Right? It does. And for some of you that maybe you just got here to Arizona or...
Yeah, maybe it happened 12 years ago. I realize that might be a long time for some. It feels very recent to me.
Well, lightning struck. It ignited a fire. And... what happened was you had the 19 men in a particular position.
I call it it was like a box cannon, a canyon. They were kind of, their means of escape was shut off by the fire.
The wind shifted and it sent the flames just roaring south at a pace 3 times faster than had previously been recorded. They found themselves in a place they couldn't escape, and they all perished all at the same time. A horrific tragedy. And I mean, I remember it. It was a Sunday. I got the breaking news text from KTAR, and I called the radio station and I said, "You guys made a mistake on the text. You said they're 19."
Yeah, that can't be right.
Well, no, and they said, "That's correct." I said, "You had 19 guys just die in a fighting a fire?" Yes. And I mean, it was just a horrific tragedy. 19 guys all at once. Just horrible.
So I was up there and they and I apologize, the days kind of started to blur one into another.
When you were there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A day or two after, there was supposed to be some sort of town hall. Politicians were there. There was the representative, the mayor, and they turned it into a memorial. And I remember they held it at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, which is up in Prescott. And I think they held it in their, I call it their gym, activity center, because I think it might be the largest building in Prescott. And I went there. It was packed. Standing room only doesn't even begin to describe it. And you had the mayor and you had the fire chief and you had these people speaking about these men and about this tragedy. And it was solemn and it was sad.
Oof.
And I remember somewhere kind of in the middle of it. And again, I'm sitting in the grandstands of like a basketball gym.
Right.
A door in the back opens up and in come, I remember there's one girl in there, so I'm not going to say it. 19 guys and one girl. And they're wearing these a blue T-shirt, blue pants, matching blue pants, and it said Prescott Hot Shots on it. They were the other Hot Shot crew based out of Prescott, Arizona.
Yeah.
And I remember them coming in, and they had like sweat stains. I'm not trying to, but it was obvious. They were just coming off the fire lines. They smelled like smoke. And they came in and they were trying not to be noticed. They stood in the back. And it was one of those things when you're in a big crowd of people, like there's like a murmur and everybody's looking in one direction. And then everybody stood up and everybody started applauding.
Wow. And
I can remember that's the moment that the tears, I couldn't hold them back anymore. It was just overwhelming. And I learned later they had been pulled off the front lines because, at this point, there's still a fire burning. It was threatening Yarnell Hill. It was threatening Prescott still. And they had been pulled off so that they could attend the memorial of the other hotshot crew that was, right there in town with them. And it was just incredibly moving. Incredibly moving.
I went up the week after. My wife and I went up to the memorial, and I mean, like, just the sadness and grief. Just
like everybody had a connection to it. When you live in a community like that and wildfires burn around you,
right?
Like they know who the firefighters are. They know who the hotshot crews are.
Yeah.
They depend on them.
I also remember doing some research on the last seconds of their life, how they had to undo their
deploy
shield.
the shelters. Yeah.
So it's I don't remember what kind of temperature it could sustain or whatever, but like your last resort as a firefighter when you're fighting wildfires is when you deploy your shelter and you get under it, and the flames will go right over you. And I remember talking to some guests, and you don't survive that.
Yeah.
You're almost never going to survive that. And so thinking of the 19 who tried to get out of there, but Mother Nature wasn't having it, and knowing that they had to deploy that piece of whatever it is.
It's like a thermal blanket. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like tinfoil, but it's much better.
They all must have known this is it.
Do you remember this? These memories come like flooding back to me. Do you remember the procession of the white vans carrying the bodies of the firefighters that came back? It came off the hill. Okay. It came the back way, if you will. I remember it coming through like Surprise. It came down the 60 freeway and it was headed to, I want to say, the coroner's office. And I can remember the crowds of people pulling over, stopping their cars, standing on the side of the road, waving American flags as this procession of white vans carrying the 19 firefighters made its way into Phoenix. I can remember that. And again, just the respect that people have, the admiration they had, and a sense of loss for not only the community, but for the whole state.
I mean, these are the bravest of the brave.
Yeah, it's a crazy job. It's a crazy job. I got to talk to some of these guys that do it. It's a crazy, and it's a bit of a calling. And, the one hotshot that survived, Brendan McDonough, nicknamed Donut.
Did you ever interview him?
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Donut, and
I've interviewed him too. There's a lot of guilt.
Survivor's guilt, I think, might be the way you put it. But he's kind of taken his life in the sense of he wants to help others get over their grief, get over their trauma because of what he's experienced.
He was like 20, I think. He was
really young. Yeah, and he was the lookout. He was actually stationed on a hill farther away, and he told them, he did his job.
Right. There was nothing anybody could have done because that wind.
It wrong place, wrong time, everything. If you're unfamiliar with this story, there is a movie called Only the Brave.
Yeah.
I got to interview all the actors that did it, and something really cool I thought about the movie and about the actors. This was a true labor of love for them. They felt they had a responsibility to tell this story and tell it accurately. And I got to interview Josh Brolin and Miles Teller, who starred in it.
Was in it.
And the reverence in which they approached this film was really striking to me, and I think they did a really good job with it. If you haven't seen it, it does tell the story of these men, and it tells the story of what put them in that place.
Yeah.
19
brave, courageous men sacrificed their lives trying to save lives and save homes, and they just didn't make it out, and it was horrific.
12 years ago today.
Yeah.
We remember the 19 Granite Mountain hotshots. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. Oh, we are making a difference in the community, and we're doing it with your help. We're doing it with your help.
We're trying.
The push to 500,000 meals. We're going to talk a little bit more about St. Mary's Food Bank. It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:18, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. GOP House members say they're rushing back to D.C. for a possible vote Wednesday on President Trump's big, beautiful budget bill once it gets through the Senate, where its passage remains unclear tonight. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
Senate Republicans scrambling to push through the massive tax cuts and spending bill at the heart of President Trump's agenda. The bill includes roughly $4 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthy, along with new funding for immigration enforcement, and fulfills some campaign pledges like no taxes on tips and overtime. It also guts Biden-era clean energy initiatives and slashes Medicaid, something Trump promised he would not do.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the roads now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Most of the Valley freeways are okay, but westbound 10 at Avondale, you've got a wreck there. Now, this is going to be on the exit ramp on the right side of it, and there's quite a few cars involved. So if you have to exit at Avondale, again, westbound 10, Avondale, if you have to exit there, just slow down and be mindful that there's some people on the road trying to take care of that wreck and get that cleared. Traffic is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage team. Buying a home can be tough, but Lund Mortgage makes it easy. Get pre-qualified before you start shopping for a home. You'll be glad you did. Visit lundmortgage.com today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, I got to give a big congratulations to Dana Woolman from Scottsdale. Dana, you just got yourself 2 tickets to see the D-backs take on the Kansas City Royals 4th of July. That's right. You want to be like Dana? You want to see the D-backs take on the Royals? Simple. Text the word baseball to 620-620. That's baseball to 620-620, and you could be at the game just like Dana.
Was that forced excitement or was it genuine coming out of your face?
I was very excited for Dana.
Just checking.
I think she's going to be fired up to go to the game.
I was just asking.
And it's 4th of July. Do they do fireworks inside? I don't think they do.
I think the Diamondbacks have always done fireworks.
Nobody do it inside, or they have to open?
They're not going to do it inside, no.
Okay. All right.
No. Outspoken Against Hunger. We're partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank for the last 30 days. Today is the end of June. This is the last day that you can give in hopes of making sure that children around the valley are fed. Many are not getting their breakfast and lunch anymore because school has ended. So far, we haven't told you how much we've raised, and we're going to, count it up, and we're going to have a number very, very soon. But it's a much bigger number than we actually thought, which means you guys and gals are awesome. You've really given.
Knocking it out of the park.
We started the hour saying we need 25 of you to text the word food to 620 and give. Carol just donated $100. She says, thanks, St. Mary's of Bruce and Gatos. Heard your plea for 25 people to give $100. I pulled over on my drive home from work to help. Keep up the good fight.
Yes!
We need 24 more of you to pull over, okay?
Don't text and drive.
Safely, and help us keep up the good fight.
I was going to say, I got a tweet.
What do you got?
This is from Dawn. She said, I just donated in memory of my father, Ed.
Cool.
Who was the former transportation manager at St. Mary's Food Bank.
Oh, that's amazing. That's great.
So work there was part of the mission of St. Mary's Food Bank, and Dawn donated in her dad's honor.
$100 donated. I can't read the name here.
No, go ahead.
I grew up in an impoverished home.
All right.
But never really went without. My kids will never know that life, and I wish I could do the same for every child in Arizona.
Wow.
But this is what I can do right now. $100. There's another $100.
Thank you.
So we need 23 more. 23 more people. Text the word food to 620. I mean, it's the home stretch. We're done at 7.
Yeah. 40 minutes left.
I mean, yeah, you really got to get in quick. If you wonder where your donation is going, I mean, they pack boxes of food every single day, rain or shine, 115 degrees.
That makes no difference.
Doesn't matter. There is a long line at St. Mary's.
When they open the gates in the morning till they close them at night, it is a nonstop flow.
Correct.
Of people coming for food.
Correct. And so, the food that they give, there's chicken, there's different meats, there's fruits, there's
fresh vegetables.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Sometimes they put a little treat in there if there's a kid. But
it's a little bit of everything.
We were talking about this earlier. It's like we've talked a lot about St. Mary's. I don't think there's anything more important than feeding people, feeding children. Has your 4-year-old ever looked at you and said, "I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten"? Wow. Of course not.
No.
So a lot of you
Thankfully.
are texting it. Gosh, I'm getting a lot of these right now. So you got 30 minutes. It really is the last push. The number that we're going to present to you is not 40,000 like we originally thought. It's an astronomical number that we never thought we could get to, and we're like, I'm trying not to say too much. We're close to like this.
It's a pretty cool number.
We're close to this really cool number.
Yes.
Like, and we're almost there. And so I know I'm not giving I'm not giving it up.
Don't give it away.
I don't want to give it away.
We're going to have a big reveal.
Right. But we're close to this certain number. It's like the most awesome number. So last time, thank you for giving. If you haven't given yet and you've never known hunger, that's why you should give.
Yeah.
Text the word food.
Great reason.
To 620. You're on your drive home. You're seeing the kids in the back seat, and they're well fed. You're blessed. There's some kids who don't know that life. So let's get them fed. Text the word food to 620. And you can also leave a message. We'll love to read it on the air. If you've got a business, we'll plug your business. Text the word food.
We have a price.
Oh,
don't get me wrong.
Oh,
it's donating to St. Mary's Food Bank. We will give you a shout out.
I could be bought.
Yeah, absolutely.
Text the word food to 620. Last day. Come on.
Outstanding. Hey, coming up next, Meghan McCain joins us every Monday at 5 o'clock. She's in our hood. She's in the backyard practically.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to play you some of that and her take on the big, beautiful bill.
Beautiful.
All right? I call it the remix. Meghan McCain up next, right here on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
Elementary and junior high school students at Gilbert Public Schools will no longer be allowed to use their phones in school hours. The new policy approved by the school board last night. Rebecca Gow with Stand for Children, an education advocacy group, says the policy not only limits distractions, but it keeps kids safe.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, I want to send you over to Aria Dental Implant Center. You need new teeth, you have broken teeth or missing teeth, and Aria is absolutely the place to go. Aria Dental Implant Center is different and better than the rest. They're able to provide world-class care at reasonable prices, and here's why. There are a lot of these implant centers that are owned by private equity investors. I know that sounds boring to you, but why is that important? Because it means that they have so much overhead. They have so many investors to pay, so they have to charge you more. That doesn't happen at Aria. Aria is about finding the right solution for you at an affordable cost, okay? They don't have overhead like all these other companies. They've even at times lowered their fees. And, you know, as I said, they're just different and better than the rest. Dr. Joe and his team, they're focused on you. They're going to take care of you, and you're going to get a bill at the end of this. That's going to be a lot less than everywhere else. It's spelled ARIA, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. A man who we have learned lived in Arizona killed 2 firefighters in Idaho over the weekend. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, the incident has left behind many questions about why 20-year-old Wes Rowley allegedly started a fire in a northern Idaho city before shooting and killing 2 responding firefighters. The family of Rowley now sharing a statement to ABC News saying they will cooperate with law enforcement and do not understand why the shooting happened. Now, Sheriff Robert Norris from Idaho sharing some information, including a local connection to Arizona.
We believe that Rowley has prior residence in California, Arizona, and Idaho. We believe he was born in California.
And Sheriff Norris also confirming the cause of death for the suspect.
It appears that he shot himself.
Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A construction worker has been taken to a hospital following an incident at the TSMC facility near 43rd Avenue and Loop 303 in Phoenix today. Phoenix Fire Department describes the injuries as serious. The company tells us they were broken bones. An investigation into what happened is underway.
It's so hot here!
It is the hottest day of the week with a high of 116 degrees, a record breaker today. David Tramp with the National Weather Service in Phoenix says Tucson and some of California also are dealing with above normal temps.
Pretty much it's most of south central Arizona going out into like the Yuma region into southeast California.
Phoenix under an extreme heat warning until tomorrow evening, and after that, Tramp says temps will drop to the low 100s with a chance for some monsoon activity. And pack your patience. The 4th of July holiday period officially begins tomorrow. Here's ABC's Stephanie Ramos.
Families packing airports and highways, getting a head start on the 4th of July. If you thought last year was busy, AAA says buckle up. 1.3 million more of us will be hitting the road this year than last. Driving the increase? The lowest summer gas prices in more than 4 years, according to AAA. Gas Buddy says the national average is just $3.14 a gallon. And experts say the busiest days to drive are July 2nd, that's Wednesday, and Sunday, July 6th.
Turning to sports now, the Arizona Diamondbacks are looking to bounce back after they were swept by the Miami Marlins over the weekend. They're going to open a series at Chase Field tonight against the San Francisco Giants, and first pitch is just moments away. All the action can be heard on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. The Phoenix Mercury back in action on Thursday when they'll be taking on the Dallas Wings. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time for another look at the roads with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It's my pleasure to tell you that all the Valley freeways and roads are looking good at this moment. This is the right time to leave and drive home. We'll bring you more traffic in 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
after our record-breaking 116 at Sky Harbor, we should see an overnight low of 89, and tomorrow 114, dropping to 108 by Wednesday with about a 20 to 30% chance of rain tomorrow evening and on Wednesday and Thursday. Right now, we're still pretty toasty at 114 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. Friday on Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd how Arizona can have two Democratic U.S. senators from the same party and state who react so differently to President Trump.
All right. Sharp, it's Monday. You already telling us what you're going to do on Friday? Wow. Hey,
tough audience.
I tease. Hey, do you guys know if you donate to St. Mary's Food Bank, you could receive a $1 tax credit through your Arizona tax return?
Yeah, it's an Arizona thing. If you're an individual, it's $495.
Brian just did it.
Oh,
Gabe just did it.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Gabe.
If you're a couple and you're filing jointly, $987, and then you get it all back.
Get it all back.
So this is our final day, St. Mary's Food Bank. We're trying to raise as much money as we possibly can. Who wants to do $495 before 7 o'clock?
Oh, and get their
get
their piece. Yeah, all right.
Dollar for dollar.
Dollar for dollar. Get it back.
Are you a couple out there? You could do $987 right now, and you're going to get it back dollar for dollar. Last half hour, we're trying to raise as much money for St. Mary's Food Bank. Who's got $495? Who's got $987? We're trying to feed children. And the elderly. So text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620.
Outstanding.
All right, Megan McCain, you like to call it what?
The Remix.
She joins us every Monday. Mondays with Megan live at 5. And then here is the Remix. Megan, first question was on that big, beautiful bill. Is it going to pass? Megan?
I think it's going to pass, but I've just been really entertained by Senator Fetterman, going on TV and being like, I missed my vacation. I'm sick of having vote-a-ramas. Nobody gets good things done in the middle of the night. He's not, wrong. I've never understood the point of vote-a-ramas that happen all night. Everyone's exhausted, and most of the Senate is, over 80. So I agree with him.
Right.
Him in his sweatpants, so angry, gave me a laugh.
I get the feeling he's quiet quitting as a senator. It's just he's just he doesn't care anymore. He's not going to dress up for it anymore. He'll show up every once in a while. Whatever.
One of my toxic traits is I really like him. He's one of my favorite Democrats.
He's
and
unique.
I hope he doesn't quit. I find him just, I like originals, and he supports Israel, and he seems to be normal. And I don't mind the sweatpants. People are really offended by it, but it doesn't bother me. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Mondays with Megan. We're talking about the big, beautiful bill. Listen, it's like a million pages. Nobody in Congress read it.
No.
I think they read it out loud for a period of time. It's okay. I mean, Megan, you talk politics all the time. Do you know if this is good or bad for America?
No.
I mean, because I read it's going to cut $1 trillion to Medicaid. It's going to cause millions and millions of Americans to lose their only health care coverage they have. But then the other side goes, it'll raise it. We give more money to do you know what's in it, and is it good or bad? I don't know what to believe.
I do not know what's in it, and I don't think anyone knows what's in it. But Elon Musk was tweeting graphs today, and anyone can look at it on X, showing that it's the same spending that happens under Democrats. That he's no matter what happens, you get a uniparty that spends this way. I actually think the Medicaid cuts are the real poison pill in this, because I think that is what Democrats, if they're smart, can run on in the midterms, and that could be incredibly impactful. I don't know why anyone wants to make cuts to Medicaid. I think we can make cuts to many other places that don't harm people in need, and that is one of the government policies that I personally support and I think is a good thing. So I'm shocked that so many people are against it. And I also think that President Trump, this is the type of thing that could have real ramifications in, the next year, the next 2 years. And I don't.
You mean ramifications if people start feeling negative effects?
Yes, and also if you have some elderly people on TV saying Medicaid got cut and I lost, X, Y, and Z things, and I'm, can't afford my medicine and can't afford to have any health care. Yeah, that's an ad that writes itself. And I also think that President Trump, why spend so much time and energy on Doge, making this like big spectacle of all the government spending that's going to happen, which, by the way, it did not reach the expectations of what it was supposed to, and then do this next? I just don't understand it.
Megan, and I'll ask you, and this is not a loaded question. Please don't get me wrong, but I guess if I do come from a world, it might be the Massey Paul world, if you will. The reality is nobody cares about deficit spending. Nobody cares about the debt. And you can talk about it all you want, and it doesn't make a difference. You have an R or a D next to your name. You're just going to spend money we don't have. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I missed something.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong, sadly. I mean, I care about the debt, but I'm not like Thomas Massey or Rand Paul. They take it too far for me. But I don't know what the answer to this question is, because I found myself agreeing with Elon Musk today. And I think we should all worry about the debt, because at a certain point it is going to hit all of us. And by all of us, I mean the generation that's not part of the boomer generation. And it really scares me.
Well, I think we won't worry about it till it's a emergency, right? That's how we do things.
Yeah. It's a mess. I don't have a silver lining for you on this one. And I don't agree with it. And again, it's a weird day when I do agree with Thomas Massey, but I just think there's probably a lot of things in this bill, like there always are, that are unneeded. And it's just more pork and more spending happening in the country that's putting us even further into debt. And again, why do this after having Doge and all these Silicon Valley bros infiltrate D.C. with their, what was it? Not a sledgehammer. What did Elon Musk bring on stage on CPAC? A
chainsaw. Yes.
Yes. Why make a spectacle of it and this drama of we're cutting everything, and then firing government workers that by a lot of reporting should not have been fired, doing all these things and then passing this bill at the same time. What a waste of everyone's collective time.
Mondays with Megan. Megan McCain joins us, the host of Citizen McCain, of course, the daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. So one of the other big stories, Supreme Court on Friday, very busy. The court limited the ability of federal judges to pause, or temporarily pause, I should say, President Trump's executive orders. Big victory for his administration. So it kind of gives a green light to a lot of different presidential orders that would have been stopped. Do you think this gives the president, and it's not only going to be Trump, it's going to be a Democratic president in the future.
Presidents, plural.
Presidents. Does it give them too much power, Megan?
This is a tricky question, because I wasn't against the ruling. I actually thought the most interesting part was Supreme Court leader Amy Coney Barrett has gotten just so much crap the past few years for being someone people were accusing of being a centrist and not on the side of conservatives. And she wrote a very strong memo against Ketanji Brown Jackson, basically saying that her argument wasn't anything, that was basically ridiculous and wasn't warranted. So I tend to trust Supreme Court rulings in general. Maybe that makes me naive, but I think there's a really good group of people on the Supreme Court right now. So I'm not as freaked out about it as I could be. I think the era of being worried about government overreach and the powers of a president went out the window for me in the Obama years, and every president since him has had more power than I'm comfortable with.
All right, that is Megan McCain. Mondays with Megan. She joins us live at 5:05. We give you a little bit of the remix at 6:30.
Remix.
And remember, tomorrow at 5:30, our Talk to the Governor segment. Every 2 weeks, Governor Hobbs in studio. I'm going to tell her how much I like the D-backs bill, and you're going to be. I'm
going to ask her where that $500 million's coming from.
You're going to besmirch the bill.
I might besmirch it,
and it should be good at 5:30.
Deal. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way, and then up next, should and could parents be charged with neglect if they take their kids hiking this summer? I'll tell you a couple of horrible stories coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician at the Resolution Mine. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, It pays well, and I like being part of the clean energy economy. EVs, solar panels, every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KTAR News Flash.
646. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Disney cruise ship passengers are talking about an extraordinary rescue operation when a girl fell overboard. ABC's Victor Oquendo is in Florida.
The Disney ship was returning to Fort Lauderdale Sunday after a 4-night Bahamian cruise. Passengers tell us the girl somehow fell off and her dad jumped in after her. Gail Merrick was on board and heard from other passengers the girl fell from the 4th floor deck.
I just saw a bunch of the staff running outside on the 4th floor deck, and I figured something had happened.
An emergency code for man overboard went out on the ship's intercom, and the crew immediately went into rescue mode.
I think it was really heroic. I mean, he jumped in after her, and they were treading water, and he was just holding on to her.
Passengers thankful this wasn't worse.
And Disney is the parent company of ABC News. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. A sketch on home tonight. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. You're going to get home smooth and easy. All Valley roads and freeways checking in, looking pretty clear on this hot day. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingcode.com. Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000, or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time.
The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, here's what we got. Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen says babies born in the U.S. to immigrants living in the country illegally should be deported. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Oh, I just can't wait to see the answer to this one. The answer is, of course, not 70%.
Yes is 79%.
Yeah.
Anyway, KTAR.com. Hey, Bruce.
I'd like to deport Mark Wayne Mullen, by the way. But since we're going to make presidents kings, the next president can kick them out. So send them to Guantanamo.
It's the end of the show. Just behave. Why don't you behave?
I don't like behavior.
Bruce, I'm just going to throw this out there. We are outspoken against hunger, really for the next 4 minutes.
For the next 4 minutes,
well, we've done it all in June, right? And today's the last day of June.
And the last few minutes of the show.
Okay. And so we were asking you to donate. Text the word food to 620-620. What we were hoping for was $40,000.
You're going to ruin it, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought about it, but I'm not.
It's okay.
We blew way past $40,000. Here's what I will say. In the last 3 minutes of our outspoken against hunger campaign, where you could text the word food to 620-620, we are $2,500 away from a sick number.
It's a big number.
We are $2,500 away from an absolutely filthy number. And it's one of those
filthy numbers.
It's one of those numbers where, you know, it lands perfectly. Like it's not like, how do I explain the number? I can't say the number. How do I explain it?
Is this like your ADD or something? You want to be in an exact number?
Like if we got to put it this way, if we got to 38,000, I'd be like, crap, we got to get it to 40.
Right.
There's a number higher than that.
Yeah.
That we're just a couple $1,000s away from.
Pretty darn close.
It's a massive number, and it's a very pretty number.
It's a pretty number.
So here's kind of what we need: $2,500 in 3 minutes.
Okay.
I know we've never done it.
Long story short.
I
need $2.5 million.
I need $2,500 in 3 minutes. And so here's the ask. Someone needs to give us $2,500. And I mean, that's like, for some of you, that's nothing. Let me throw this out. You can give $987.
Oh.
And receive dollar for dollar tax credit through your Arizona tax return if you're a couple.
Yeah.
So we can get a few of you to do that. We're there.
Okay.
If you're single, you can get this tax credit $495. $495.
And I mean, so in a sense, it's free money. You get every penny back on your taxes.
Exactly.
The state of Arizona encourages you to give to qualified charities.
Bruce, we're in the 9th inning. We're winning the game.
Yes.
And we have 2 outs.
Okay.
And 2 strikes on the batter.
Okay.
And we need someone to bring this.
We're trying to
home.
set a record.
We're trying to get somebody to bring this home.
Okay.
So we need $2,500.
Long story short,
to make a massive number. And so, which one of you are going to do that and become our super best friends? Which is really
become our super best friends.
That's what it's all about.
That's really that's the end goal.
Right. That's the end goal. You become our super best friend. So text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620. How much time do we have left on the show?
About a minute.
All right. Text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620.
And
I don't want to.
Can I give a reason?
I think you should.
We mentioned this before. We talked about one of the big reasons that it's important over the summer and why the need goes up over the summer is because so many kids, tens of thousands of them here in our community, get breakfast and lunch at school. And when school's out, they're just doing without. They are not getting that warm, hot meal. It's not happening. And many of them are going hungry. You can do something about it.
I'm in the windup.
Okay.
2 outs.
Yep.
2 strikes. I've just lifted the leg.
Are you bringing the heat?
We need $2,500.
Okay.
Just got 100 of it.
All right. It's coming. Still time.
Can 25 of you send in $100?
Wow. Okay. It can happen.
Someone give 2,500?
You don't know if you don't ask.
Text the word food to 620 620. Text the word food to 620 620.
Thank you in advance, by the way. Thank you. Hey, appreciate everybody also that puts the show together, makes it happen, makes it hum, including everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our DJ just in time. Look at that. We've got our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. The pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn. She delivers all the news and information. And Heather Larson, getting you home with all the traffic. Thanks, guys.
Text the word food to 620 620.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The month of June at Tombstone Tactical is incredible. 2 great manufacturers are being featured, Mossberg and Maxim Defense. So whether you're looking for a shotgun, a reliable rifle, cutting-edge PDW, it doesn't matter. They've got deals to match all of your needs. Mossberg, legendary lineup, price to move. Maxim Defense, firearms on sale. If you're ready to upgrade your setup, look for the compact firepower at Tombstone Tactical, located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria at tombstonetactical.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
It's Gatos. And guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hey, if you've noticed a lack of energy lately, some brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. And you know what? It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. For a limited time, Red Mountain, they're going to waive your startup fee if you mention Gatos. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR